Oh my goodness, look at everybody. Hey, everybody. Max Forest, CB, Grafton, Hot Seat, Old School, New School, Road Scholar, Thomas Wilson. Welcome. Nevada Trucking and Trails. I don't know why I don't do that more often. What's that, Nevada? I just caught you live. At least the tail end of it, because I've been a busy bee today. Yeah, you should go live more often, Nevada. If you guys don't know about Nevada Trucking and Trails channel, go over there and check it out and comment in his live that he just finished and tell him he should go live more often. Nomadic Brits in the house. Thomas Wilson is cooking supper. Well, hello, everybody. So this is late. I've been super busy running my face off and doing a lot of business stuff. And so I'm finally landed in Eagan, Minnesota at DART headquarters on the 11th of November. It was my first, I call it a birthday, but it was my first anniversary, whatever you want to call it. I had Wheelburner says, love me some Nevada. Yeah, I do too. I love Nevada. He's been an awesome support to me like forever. Thank you, Nevada. Thank you, Nevada. Super thanks. And to Mrs. Nevada, because she is the wind beneath your wings. Let's give credit where credit is due, right? Trucker Jason's in the house, TBT USA, and Wheelburner, or Nomadic Brit says, Wheelburner, you following me? Hot Seat is in the house, my girl. She says, happy anniversary. Okay, so on the 11th, actually, and today's the 14th. So it was my first 1 year with my own truck and running my own truck. And so I am due a celebration because, damn it, I've been working so hard to survive. Because those of you that don't know, I came out 6 months ago now to the open market, and you know, the market has not been good since I came out. So lots of ups and downs and things like that. And so let me know if you guys can't hear me okay. I feel like I'm getting loud. Okay. So I've made it 6 months on the open market, but now before that I was DART has you go on like you can go on 68%, and it's running their contract freight, right? You have the option to accept loads or not accept loads, but you get 68% because there's a dispatcher working you, okay? So I believe in my heart that they run you like that for a while so they can see how you work. They can get used to you. You can get used to DART, you know, warming up to all this stuff. So I did that. I worked really hard. I showed them how how my work ethic. I showed them that, you know, I'm a runner, and all those things I wanted to put on the forefront to show that I deserve to be able to go in the open market. At the time when I started, it was a waiting list, right? At least that's what they tell you. So I worked my butt off and made sure that I did everything right. Everything was on time. Thank you, Wheelburner. You know, just showed them what I was made of, right? And that I could do it. That I could be responsible and handle my own business and all that, right? So eventually I asked enough times, and I was struggling with their contract rates, you know, because I was doing my math, I was learning my numbers and all of that. And the more I learned my numbers, the more I would get mad at the loads that they would offer me. And then I was comparing it to the open market, and you know, and at that time, I think the rates were still up, right? And the minute that I earned my place and that they released me, the market went in the crapper and has been in the crapper ever since, per se. Okay. I know it's some of you older guys are like, nah, it's still not so much in the crapper or whatever. But I didn't get to come out when the big balloon was happening and all of that, right? Which is what I wanted to do, start my business off on a great foot. But it just so happened the timing was just like that. So I feel like I should celebrate that I made it this far. So that's what's happening. And so thank you, Truckers Anonymous. And Stepped In It Trucking is in the house. Thank you, Stepped In It Trucking. And Road Scholar says, right. Yeah, Road Scholar is also a Dart driver, a Dart lease purchase man. And I think he can feel me, right? He can feel what I'm talking about a little bit closer to home. TBT says, what's with all the white stuff everywhere? What's white stuff? This is light. Oh, you mean the snow. Okay, sorry. I'm a little slow sometimes. Yeah, I'm in Minnesota and I did some ice road trucking today from Wisconsin to Minnesota this morning to drop off my load. And now I'm on my 34, but I'm doing it at Dart headquarters. This is the place that I got to fly up to and pick up my truck right here. And so I think it's fitting that we have the celebration right here. Yeah, thanks AP and Trucker Jason, thank you. And Nevada, thank you. And so AP says, were you north of Memphis yesterday? No, I was in Wisconsin. I was in Wisconsin yesterday on my way to Minnesota. On my way here, I had to deliver a load here this morning and then go on my 34. Nevada says good loads out of Minneapolis, St. Cloud. Yeah, Nevada, I know, I literally took a load. Where did I deliver that load? God, I've been running so much, I lose it. Okay, so anyways, I had to get out of where I was at. Where was that? That's going to drive me crazy. Just a second. Let me find out. Let me find out where the heck I was at. Oh, so I had taken a load from Wisconsin to Pennsylvania, to Carlisle, Pennsylvania. And to get out of Pennsylvania and back up to my area, which is the Midwest area up here, I had to take a crap load, but it paid for my truck and it paid for my fuel and it brought me back to Minnesota. So I felt like that was 3 good reasons to eat it because it paid the cost. And that was like the best load that was available to get me straight up here. I've been trying to get to Minnesota for a little while and just there's been nothing coming to Minnesota. So once I get up here, now I do I try to stick around Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, Illinois, right? I try to, but I had to get to Minnesota. And so for those of you that don't know, my bunk heater went out. I was in Wyoming coming back from Nevada. So I haven't had heat. So there's another reason I'm here is to get my bunk heater fixed. Well, it got frigid cold and Minnesota got their first snow of the year. And I'm yet without a bunk heater. However, I had ordered the parts to be sent from Michigan over to the shop in Bolingbrook. So on my way up here, I was able to get my parts and bring them here. So I have the parts. So they can't say, oh, we got to order parts. Blah, blah, blah. I have the parts. I ordered them myself. I paid for them myself. I had them shipped. I picked them up. So now all they have to do is put the parts on. They're going to do that tomorrow morning and I will have heat. So this is my last night without heat. We don't care. We're going to celebrate anyways. The post trip is in the house. Hello, sir. It's great to see you in here. Thank you so much for coming in. James Clark is in the house. Warwick Jones is in the house. TBT wants to know, Spectre, are you following me? Wheelburner Express says $6.59 at the J in Gibson, PA. Yeah, I paid $6. Good God, I paid something. I think I only paid $5.88 with Dart's discount, but it was over $6, Wheelburner. You're right. I was like, holy smokes, get me out of here. Mark the mailman is in the house. He says, hi, sorry for all your troubles. God bless you. Listen, I am doing great for being in the struggle. Okay. My truck payment is not behind. I'm on a 34. It's my last night without heat. This is what happened to the bunk heater. If you guys don't know how to take care of your bunk heater, I learned a whole lot about bunk heaters, okay? You need to replace the fuel filter, which is itty bitty, little tiny little thing. I could probably fix it myself. And then you need to replace the glow plug, and you need to maybe the sensor, right? The S-Bar people told me, spent about an hour and a half with me on the phone. They are super great. They are located in Wayne County, Michigan. They troubleshot with me, and we reduced it to these parts need to be replaced. Every single year, you're supposed to replace those parts. So if you don't, you're asking for it. Just saying. You should be taking care of your bunk heater annually. And someone else told me that I know that technically you should be running the bunk heater even in the summer for 30 minutes a month. Okay? You guys may already know this information. If you do, forgive me, but I'm trying to tell people that don't know. Old School just went through Eagan about 45 minutes ago. Oh, dang. I'm on my 34. Post trip says, TBT, you're on to me and my informants. LOL. Road Scholar says, don't let them order parts. Took me 114 days to get my truck back. Yeah, I bought the parts on my own, Road Scholar, because I don't have no time. This truck's got to run. I don't have no time for excuses or any BS. I ordered that stuff and had it sent. So I have them on me. They're in the box. I told the guy, I got the parts. Don't worry about that. I just need you to put them on. So, and again, I believe I could probably do it myself. I found a YouTube video where he shows how to do it and all that stuff. However, I'm going to let the pros do what they do. I'll make you uncomfortables in the house. Hey, Robin, he says, what I missed. What's up, y'all? Nothing yet. I'm just getting started. I'm just telling the story about a little bit about my little journey with Dart and my little journey with being on the load boards. And this is the 1-year anniversary of me having my truck, right? My own truck for the first time. Lease purchase. I am a lease operator. I do not claim to be an owner operator. I am a lease operator. If I choose to buy this beautiful piece of machinery, fine machinery, which is a 2019 Freightliner, which is absolutely delicious. If I choose to buy it at the end of my 2-year lease, it will be $25,000. Okay? That's how it works here in my program. My payment is $2,100 a month, which I think is reasonable. It's a great truck. I just got out of warranty a short time ago, for those of you that don't know. So I just got a whole bunch of maintenance done and some parts and whatever, and she's in great shape. She ran across the country and back, purred like a kitten the whole time. I got all new tires, brakes, shocks, all that business. She's good to go. New PM, I just got a PM done too. I keep up my maintenance just in case I end up buying this truck, which I kind of plan on it. But anything can happen from here on out, right? I know the risk. I understand. I take good care of this truck. Wheelburner Express thinks TBT has spots everywhere. TBT says, oh, you're not following me. Fistful of Dollars in the house. I haven't seen you in here in a little bit. Welcome, welcome. Patrick Zimke is on in the house, and he says congratulations. And Dodalina, she says hi. She's in the house. She gave me a red flower. TBT says wheel burner. I'm unable to confirm or deny that, sir. Fistful of Dollars says replace what every year. Oh, we're talking about the bunk heater. My bunk heater went out when I was in Wyoming coming back across the country. 2 weeks ago I went all the way out to Nevada, and then I got all the way back from Nevada to New York, right? And my bunk heater went out when I was in that ice storm in Wyoming, and I did a video on that. So if you want to see that, how horrible that was for me, there's a video there. I got on there and started ranting a little bit. So, and God bless you guys that listened to that. So you want to replace in the bunk heater, you want to replace the glow plug, the fuel filter, and maybe the sensor, right? I don't think you have to really do the sensor every year, but definitely the glow plug and definitely the fuel filter. And you need to run your bunk heater, even in the summer months, at least 30 minutes a month to keep everything optimal. Okay, that's what I learned. What's a bunk heater? Oh, man, something I wish I had keeping me warm right now. Truck is chilly. I got a little birthday candle going on, trying to keep some heat in here for me. So I'm roughing it a little bit tonight. But I'm at DART headquarters in Eagan, Minnesota, and I got a brand new DART hat. Let me show it to you. Well, what the heck did I do with it? Okay, so since I'm not around because I'm running my face off all the time, they gave us new hats for Driver Appreciation Week, which was back in September. And so I was able to pick up my new cool DART hat. It's got like an imprint of some stars on it. If you guys can see that in the light, it's kind of neat. But fresh hat, because Lord knows, look at my old DART hat. Grimy, beat up, new DART hat. So I got a new hat. I did all my laundry, took a shower, did all my bedding, so everything's fresh. I've been a busy girl today. Made some phone calls to some corporate people. I'll tell you about that in a second. TBT says, yes, I have one of those. And yes, you do. If you guys sleep warm and toasty, your bunk heater was working fine. But just keep in mind that you have to maintain it. Once a year, you need to get the glow plug. And there's a filter in there too. You probably have the same one I have. There's a little glow plug. It's like a little pin looking thing. And then it has this little screen that goes around it. So you want to change that screen. You want to change that glow plug because that's what actually makes the heat, makes you warm. And then there's a filter where your diesel comes out of your tank and it goes through this little thing, little round thing, and there's a teeny tiny filter in there. And that's the little filter you want to change out. Yeah, Tagalong's in the house. Hi, Tagalong. I haven't seen you in a while either. I'm doing good. We're celebrating. We're not, this isn't a I'm broke down again video, I promise. We're celebrating my 1 year of having my truck. Trucking with T-Bone's in the house. Hi, Trucking with T-Bone. How you doing? Thanks for coming in. Robin says, what the WTF is the warranty? Something I don't have no more. I do still have the warranty on the transmission. So that's good up until 750,000 miles. James Clark says, so what was your numbers pre as compared to your self-dispatch? Is there cause to celebrate? Yeah, there's cause to celebrate. Number one, I'm still here. Number two, my business is operating still in this craziness. And I'm healthy. I'm alive after a jackknife. After a jackknife in Arkansas and all the mountains I've been running lately. I got lots of listen, I could bring up a list Couldn't I, guys? I could bring up a list of things to be happy about and celebrate all day long. It's not about my numbers. It's about that my truck payment's not behind. I'm not in the hole with Dart, except for the warranty checks that we're waiting on to come in. I feel successful, and that's what I'm celebrating. 1 year, and I'm doing it right here at Dart Eagan, where I picked up my truck right over there in that parking lot. And I also did a video on that. I was a happy, happy girl that day. Okay, fistful of dollars. I think I just went over that list. So Will Burner says, so you have a 2-year lease and you owe $25,000 at the end on a 2019. Yes, sir. That's correct. It comes out to a total of a little tiny bit over 70,000, 75,000, I think. Might be a little bit more, but it's not bad. It's not a bad price for this truck. This truck is a beauty. No, okay, so I have a Freightliner question. Will Burner, don't let me forget about it. I'm gonna get through this comment real fast. I don't want to be behind. I do have a Freightliner question for you guys that are seasoned in winter stuff with Freightliners. If Fistful of Dollars says, what is it, the heater or the pump? It's not the, okay, so what happens is it on the screen, the heater's doing all of its steps, right? It makes little noises and it does as it moves through the sequence. And then it says no flame detected. Okay, that's what it says on your Digimax 1000 controller up here. It says no flame detected. So normally you would replace the glow plug in that situation, right? Because it's went bad or it's time to change it or whatever. We did that first. And so it, not me, Diego, my mechanic, who is my favorite person. He went through everything and looked at everything very thoroughly because he's fantastic. And he replaced that glow plug and it did not solve the problem. So that led to me, Diego's very busy. So I'm the one that got on the phone and went over with the S-Bar people, and we were going to order a new, like the brain, the ECM, because we thought that's what it was. Well, they suggested, that's $600, by the way, in case you guys didn't know. And they said 98% of the time, those ECMs do never go bad. So he suggested the symptoms we were having would occur if the fuel filter was not allowing enough fuel to start the heat, right? And he also reminded me, he said, well, those have to be replaced every year, right? It's been a year since I've had the truck, and I know that when I first got the truck, the bunk heater went out. They replaced it free. They didn't replace it for free. They fixed it, whatever they did. He probably put a new glow plug in there, but that was the Dart Mechanics in Texas. And so it's been about 1 year, so that makes sense. I didn't know about the maintenance schedule and all this other stuff. So in case you guys don't know, I'm sharing it with you. Hope it's good info for you. Werner says with $2,100 a month payment, yes. And so Nevada says good information. Okay, TBT said, thank you, Nevada. TBT says, I don't claim to be any operator that's classified. I'm classified as a driver according to my pay stub. I am an employee of my own company. So yes, I am a driver. My company actually is leasing the truck. Okay. That's how it's set up. My company leases the piece of equipment from Highway Sales, who is owned by Dart Transit. Somehow they got that set up. You know how they do that stuff. Fistful of Dollar says they make a kit to rebuild it. Yeah, and that's probably all I got was the stuff. But it's got to be done annually. So take care of your bunk heater. You don't want to be in this situation. Truckers Anonymous says, smash the like button. Yeah, please. We're having a party in here. I hope you like it. I'm trying my best. I missed you guys. It's been a while since I've been on. a lot of people have been messaging me saying, hey, where are you at? I've been driving my little face off. Okay. Just paying the way. Paying the way. Fistful of Dollar says, curious who told you had to run the heater once a month. I forgot, and that's my fault. But somebody told me that. I wish maybe it'll come to me. I don't know. Let me put a pin in that. Dodalina says, cool, let's roast hot dogs and marshmallows with that campfire. I'm hungry. I know, right? Okay, so this is what I did do, you guys. I found a ribeye that's like that thick at the Quick Trip. Like I was in Wisconsin before I went down to Pennsylvania because I had a load. Like I found that baby and it was just so beautiful. So I bought it and I saved it for like this night when I was going to be able to shut down for my 34 and relax and cook this beautiful ribeye. So that will be my celebration dinner tonight. I've been waiting. Like I would not cook it until I was going to shut down and I could just relax and do it, so I can enjoy it. Snorlord is in the house. What the heck is going on around here? We're having a party. We're having an Extrava-SHANZAA, celebrating my 1 year of having my own truck, my lease truck. It's time to celebrate. It was actually on the 11th, so I'm a few days late, but like I said, I wanted to wait until I could be on my 34. Dodalina says your heater isn't working right now. Yeah, I'm chilly in here, and I got the little candle trying to keep me warm. And this is the question: how many comments do I have? Hang on, I'll get to the question. PBT says I never found that one on the Mrs. I'll look. Nevada says Nevada Trucking and Trails says I would definitely make a video of the guys doing maintenance and talk about this. I don't have a bunk heater, so information I didn't know. Yeah, so the little bunk heater that comes in these Freightliners is called an Airtronic D2, right? Which I also found out, this is an interesting fact, that if you have this model, it has been discontinued now, okay? So potentially this means I won't be able to get parts to do these annual things on this unit. So they have a new and improved model now, and they said, hey, if you want to go ahead and upgrade and then it's $1,400. I'm like, that sounds great, and I will. But not right now, because I'm not going to put anything on this truck that's permanent or semi-permanent while I am leasing it. Not going to do it. We're going to work with what we have. If I buy out the truck, then I will do stuff like that. But until then, no way, Jose. There's a stipulation in my lease that, like, let's say Nevada, like if I went to go get that awesome green APU thing you got, right? Whatever I put on this truck, if I turn it in and decide to get a new one, or if I turn it in and fail out or whatever, and I have to turn this truck in, everything that has been done has to be undone back to the original condition that I picked up the truck in, which means they will charge me for whatever labor it takes to return the truck to that condition. Okay, so we're not gonna go too crazy on the truck. It would be great, it would be fun, and not to mention I really don't have the extra cash right now. But great idea for the video. I'll see what I can do about that. It depends on if they're gonna let me in the shop and all that business. Robin says you need 2 people for that, Nevada. Fistful Dollar says, Nevada, you don't have to have a heater with an APU. That's right, you don't. Nevada has a nice APU heater. They're comfortable all the time, so they got the sweet one. And so if I ever wanted to do that, I really want to wait until it's like I got the title, right? Fistful of Dollars says that's why I don't do snow. Hey, I love the snow up here. I love being up here, even though I hate it, but I like to run up here in the wintertime. I was thinking about that today. I'm kind of weird like that, I guess. I feel comfortable here, even though it's getting cold and all that business. Way more comfortable than I was in Wyoming. That was extremely stressful for me for some reason. Oh yeah, because they don't have armies of salt trucks. That's why it scares the heck out of me, because here up in the north where we're at, Michigan, Minnesota, all of us over here, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, we have armies of salt trucks. So when you are delayed in the ice, I hope that I'm up here in the wintertime, because I want to be down south, because up here we are prepared. It's a couple of hours. You watch the little cameras on the DOT websites. They show the little salt trucks. They're out there doing the darn thing like 3-4 o'clock in the morning. So if you're delayed, it's only for a couple of hours. You don't get snowed in. You don't get frozen in. Like, you just got to wait until they get all that salt out there, and then you can rock. Give Anonymous Trucker a wrench. He's awesome. Hey, I will, but I'm in StreamYard tonight, and because I don't know if anybody's going to want to come in or not or whatever, but I can't wrench them in StreamYard. I don't know if I can multitask this on the phone. I might try to do that without screwing it up. Oh, I can't. I can't because I'm okay. I can't. I will, though. I'll go back through. Once it's over, I can go back through YouTube and wrench people, okay? Robin says it's hard to film and bust your knuckles. Yeah. Russell Freight Services is back in the house. I haven't seen you in a while, sir. Heck yeah, I'm also successful. My 1 year is January 1st. Will mark my 1 year. I'll have my truck paid off in a year and a half. Yeah, me too. That's my target too, Russell Freight. So do you drive for Dart? I don't know who you drive for. You don't have to share it if you don't want to. I'm always a inquisitive little. Truckers Anonymous says thanks, Edgewood. Yeah, Truckers Anonymous. I'll make sure you get one. Nevada says no. The APU is the heater and the AC. Yeah, he's got a green APU, and that is, I believe, it temperature controls his cab all the time. It's super neat. He did an awesome video on that thing and the whole process of him buying it and the whole thing when he went to the shop and when the people talked to him at the shop. It was super great. So you should go to Nevada's channel and watch that about the green APU that he got if you are interested in seeing how awesome that thing is. Hot C says, I'm having some same bunk heater issue watching your live from inside my heavy duty sleeping bag. Oh, Hot C. Okay, but you got your sensor thing straight now, right? Russell Freight says, I also got mine from Eagan. Okay. So you drive for Dart too, then? I'm assuming that's what you're saying. That's super awesome. I didn't know that. Wheelburner says, holy crap, I'll take 2 trucks, Shannon. Okay. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, so when I signed my contract, it was right before all the equipment, the truck prices went through the sky. So I don't know what anybody else after me is having to pay for their trucks. But if I were to take this truck out right now, I can take it and move it. If I wanted to, and then just sell it, I could probably get like $120,000 for it. So I'm very happy. I'm happy all the way around with my truck. It's giving me some crap, but she's gonna we work hard. So sometimes I need to go to the salon, and sometimes she needs to go to the mechanic and get some things taken care of. Tag along says, Shannon jackknife. Did I hear you correctly? Yes, I did jackknife last winter in the Arkansas mountains. It was the scariest thing I've ever could have imagined. But God was with me, and if I told you the whole story, I told it on Sterling's channel, but I did not hit nobody. I did not smash my truck. I did not hit anything. I was able to regain control after it folded and it smashed my fairing. I was able to regain control of the truck on this bridge that was black ice. It felt so scary because I was floating. I was floating on air, the whole thing, right? But I was going so slow because I'm a safe driver and I know how to drive in the winter. I was going slow enough to where it was just the trailers just coming around and my fairing stopped it. So anyways, I'm okay. Everything was okay. No one was hurt. No police, no accident. Like I just had to regain control. And I got back in my lane and it was wild. So anyways, I don't ever want to do that again. And that's why I kind of hate the mountains. In the, when there's weather and stuff like that. Not trying to go on any mountains this winter. Like I'm probably done. I mean, I know I'm done. I'm back up in Minnesota in my little nest. I'm going to stick around here. Fistful of Dollars says, how many miles was on the truck when you got it? 417,000. James Clark says, congratulations are in order then. Yeah, I feel like it. I'm proud of myself. And, if I still get squeezed out and whatever, like doom and gloom happens, right? Like, I'm still proud of myself. I've worked really hard. I've learned from all you guys as much as I possibly can. I've studied so much. Like I really put everything into it. I'm all in this truck. Like I got rid of my home bills. I did it all. Like everybody recommends. And I've done the best for my truck and I've done the best for my business. And if I still get crunched out, then I can't say that I didn't do everything right. So that's what I'm celebrating. I made it this far. Okay. Woo! So anyways, Warwick Jones says horsepower. I got 455 horsepower, I think. One of the guys could probably correct me on that. But I have a Detroit motor. Yes. It's a Detroit 13, not a 15. I wish it was a 15, but it's not. And I got the DD12 transmission. Russell Freight Services says, I got my 2018 Kenworth from Dart at 308,000 miles. I got it for 74,000 and my truck payment is $2,000. Good deal. Yeah. I mean, Russell Freight, you might agree with me, but I don't feel like they overcharge for trucks here. Road Scholar, if you're still in here, what do you think about that? Fistful of Dollars says, oh, you got the older version of a bunk heater. Yeah, apparently it's the D2. It's not the D4. Like when I was looking it up, there's a D4. He says, I would just rebuild it. Well, apparently it just needs, right? It needs the maintenance. It needs the annual maintenance. That's the problem it's having. It's working properly, but it can't get the oomph, right? So the S-Bar people said it's just not getting enough. Like it's designed to get a certain amount of fuel and it's not getting enough of that. So they feel like the filter's probably clogged. But the brain is working and the fan motor's working and all of that stuff. It's just a little unit. But man, is it important to me right now. Like it's so important to me. Everybody's saying hi. Fistful of Dollars says the heater alone is $650. Yeah, the ECM is the brain part of it, and that is $600 for the replacement. That's what they were telling me. But for $14, you can get the new and improved, brand new, whatever. So I would rather replace the whole unit and get the new one for $14. But it's not in the budget right now from the business, so my financial department would never approve it. Dodalina saying hi, everybody, as she raises her glass of champagne. Robin's got to make calls. I'll be right back. Fistful of Dollars says, sounds like a pump issue. So, okay, so if the filter doesn't work, then we might have to look at that. But it's getting fuel. It's getting fuel. So we feel like it's not a pump issue. But, you know, the saga may continue. But we're feeling pretty confident that it is what the parts I got. But we'll find out. We'll find out tomorrow. Mark the Mailman says, thank you so much for teaching me about the bunk heater. I love your content. Never apologize for teaching us. Thank you. God bless you. I know. I just have so many guys in here that are like so much more experienced than me. So when I find something exciting, they're probably giggling at me because I'm like geeked about it. But I try to talk to the newer people if they ever come to the, like, after our chats and stuff like that. But a lot of the guys in here are fantastic teachers already themselves, and I feel like they probably know everything that I'm telling as I go through it. So, Jerome Jones, what'd I miss? Lots of information, Jerome, but we was talking about bunk heaters most of the time, and this is just celebrating my 1 year in my truck. And I'm here at Dart and Eagan and celebrating that because this is where I picked it up at. And I'm here getting my bunk heater fixed tomorrow. And I'm on my 34. And so I decided to have a party because I haven't been doing videos lately. So I wanted to catch up with everybody too. And I know it's a weird night. It's like Monday night. But I was driving my guts out all weekend. I could not stop. I had to get that load here by Monday morning. I couldn't stop and play around. And by the time I got done driving like 620 miles every night, I was beat. So I was thinking about you guys, but I couldn't do it. I was just like, it was more important for me to just go to bed. James Clark says, I bought a Chinese heater for my RV that I didn't put in, and it looks the same as the one in the truck. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, there are knockoff S-bars out there. So I don't know how well they work or anything like that. But you know what I wish I had right now? I wish I would have pre-thought. And for any people that have, you guys might want to think about this. Like so for instance, right now I'm here where I can plug in my truck. I have the plugs. I pulled up to the pluggy thing. And I have my block heater plugged in to the Freightliner because we have a plug for that. So you can plug it in and it keeps the block warm. So I got that plugged in. And then there's another plug back here on the outside where you can keep all your power running without it having to start your truck and opti idle. So I have both my truck is plugged in both plugs. Okay. What I wish now, because I didn't think about this part, if I would have invested in one of those little heaters that you can plug into your 12 volt, like your little cigarette lighter thing, if I had that right now, it would be useful because since I have my truck plugged into power, it would be okay to run it and it would be keeping me warm right now instead of this little candle. So I'm kind of wishing that I would have had that, but I don't. And they're just fixing it tomorrow. So I just got to get through tonight. It's going to be okay. Fistful of Dollar says, whoever told you yearly, I beg to differ. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember. So if I remember, I will message you. I will tell you. I gotta think. Grafton says, Quick Trip is the best truck stop. You ain't lying, Grafton. Is it not like the best? I get so excited about how great that place is. I try to stay up in Wisconsin. Like I try to stay up here because I get my DEF cheaper. I get my fuel cheaper. Because a lot of them are on mud flap. So I use my mud flap and get fuel cheaper like that. And the food, right? I'm on a keto diet and I eat whole foods. Like I don't eat no processed foods or box foods or canned foods or nothing like that. So that place is great. And if you do eat their foods that they cook, it's good food. It tastes good. I don't know how healthy it is for you, but they actually have fresh foods. And from what I understand, their whole gimmick is that they get those fresh foods from local farmers. Like they're dedicated to that. Okay. That's what I heard. So I feel pretty good about that. Fistful of Dollar says, I'm proud of you though. My International has an S-bar heater, but my 19 Cascadia has an electronic heater. Okay. Edgewood said, Dolina says, haha, I have 5 of those by my freezer. They're delicious. Yeah, well, I normally get little skinny ones from Aldi. They come in like a 6-pack. They're just skinny, like thinly shaved ribeyes, and I just eat them as a steak. But this baby's like that. I mean, like, oh, it's so thick. It's like a piece of cake. I can't wait to eat it. Nomadic Brit says, Grafton agreed. Looking forward to going to Wisconsin in a couple days. Listen, my deal in Wisconsin, ever since I gave you guys the cheese video, when I got so excited when I discovered that even in truck stops, they have like a whole cheese section. That's what's so great about Wisconsin. I go and stock up on cheese. Like because it's important, like the way I'm eating, it's important that you get good, healthy food, right? And so old school, new school might disagree with me on this. We've had this discussion before. But if I believe the cheese tastes fresh, it's just different than anything I've ever gotten in Michigan. But it's in my brain like it's Wisconsin cheese, right? And there's this extra quality, freshness to Wisconsin cheese when you buy it from Wisconsin. So I like get all my favorite cheeses enough to like hold me for a month. And I'll spend $40 on cheese or $50 on cheese, but I'm good. Like I got plenty of cheese to last me. And being on the keto diet, I get to eat cheese like as much as I want, which is super fun. And in Wisconsin, they have every kind of cheese you could imagine in the cheese section at a truck stop. So you can go cheese shopping. You can get 8-year-old cheddar cheese. You can get wine flavored cheese. You can get jalapeno flavored cheese. You can get Italian flavored, like whatever you can imagine. I couldn't believe it. I was so excited. I did a video on it. It's not very long. You guys might want to check it out. So now I get excited every time I'm going to Wisconsin. I have to get more cheese. And I've been losing weight so much on this keto diet, and I've been having all the cheese I want, which makes life wonderful. I never could eat cheese before because I was lactose intolerant. Through what I've been doing with fasting and my nutrition and keto and how I'm eating whole foods now and all that stuff, I'm not lactose intolerant anymore. Like I healed it. So let me give it to Lord God. He healed it, but I'm eating the right thing. So whatever my digestive system was going through, it's fixed. So I'm staying on the healthy lifestyle. Fistful of Dollars says upgrade to the electric version. Okay, I'll look into that. I'm not buying nothing until I get the title. So Dan Rumble's in the house. He says Extrava-SHANZAA. Yeah, do you like that? I thought you'd like that, Dan. Fistful of Dollars says 1,400. Yep, they're correct. Yeah. And it's worth it to me. Like I got no problems with spending that kind of money on it because I know how important it is. But like I said, because I don't have the title to this truck just yet, I'm not putting anything on it or installing anything. Wheelburner Express says, spoken like a true Michigan girl. I love the snow. Yeah, I think I love this is so crazy, Wheelburner. I think I love the challenge. I don't, I love adventure. I love challenge. I love to just experience something different every day. And there's something about it, right? I think that happens to all Michigan people. Maybe not. Some people hate it. And I can say I hate it sometimes, especially come February. Now I'm like, I'm ready for it to be over. But there's still something inside of you that every winter you start getting excited about the snow. I don't know. Truckers Anonymous says tri-packs are awesome. Yeah. Yep. I heard that. CB says wind is the real problem in Wyoming. Yeah, I didn't like Wyoming, and I'm not going back until it's like the weather is warm, right? I didn't know that I was going. I did not know because I'm a rookie that I was going out there. La la la. It was a beautiful drive out there. I didn't know that coming back it would be absolutely the opposite of what I drove out there. So I learned a lot of valuable lessons going across the country for the first time and back, because it was night and day. It was perfect on the way out, and on the way back it was buck wild, scary, nerve-wracking. Oh man. Dodalina says salt trucks mean rust. Hey, I'll take the rust over what I experienced in Wyoming any day. Rig Pig's in the house. Hey, Rig Pig. We don't need salt trucks in Wyoming. We got the wind. Yeah. Well, it was that thick of ice on the road when I was there. Fistful of Dollars says that's why I don't do north. You know, like I was saying, Fistful of Dollars, I know a lot of people think that and they say that. But I'm telling you, the reason I stay up here is because if I had a choice to be like Texas, Alabama, any other place in the South, when it starts getting wintertime, they don't have the equipment or the manpower to handle it, and people die because they don't know what to do. I would rather be up here and get delayed and knowing that the equipment and the road crews are going to handle it very quickly. I feel like that's safer than me running into those conditions like down in Tennessee or Kentucky. I saw that one time when I was driving for JB Hunt. People lost their damn minds. I'd rather be up here. Russell Freight confirms he is leased with Dart. Okay. Man, I wish you were here so I could meet you. Fistful of Dollars wants to know how you're doing, Dodalina. Tagalong says hi to Snorlord. Wilburner Express says, congratulations, Dodalina. You got over 50 subscribers now. Yeah, Dodalina's coming up. I shared your video today, Dodalina. But that was a cool video about her actually showing like her pulling into the place and stuff. I thought that was cool. I like Stepped In It Trucking's videos too, because he's a flatbedder and he does videos of actually him strapping and tarping and all that stuff. And he does a really good job on his flatbed videos. It's called Stepped In It Trucking. If you guys are interested in that, go check him out. He says Russell Freight Services says, I just replaced both steers, 10 studs, and 2 new brake pads as well. Costed $2,000 last week. Yeah, you got to do it, you know, and that's what I ran into. My stuff just kind of stacked like over a couple month period of time. And it hit me hard, but I'm recovered now. Like, I had to bust my butt to get out of that situation, but I'm recovered, and Dart was there to back me up and get me through it. So I'm very thankful for them for that. Fistful of Dollars says, hell, my Cascadia and flatbed I got for $90K before these prices went through the roof. Nice. That sounds like a steal. Wow. TBT says, just tried turning the bunk heater on and it doesn't work. Oh no. Yeah, you better get on that. Fistful of Dollars says, I'd rebuild that S-Bar for you. I know. Yeah, I know. And thank you. I love you for that. I'm in Eagan though right now, and I'm trying to get this sucker working tomorrow. It was supposed to be today, but they ran out of time. They couldn't get to me. They had a couple guys before me when I got here. Fistful of Dollars says, oh shoot, that's expensive for that many miles. According to my research, it wasn't too bad. But I know truck prices were cheaper before. Like, you guys know a whole lot more than me. So I felt like it was reasonable for this truck because it's in great shape. Fistful of Dollars says Detroit junk. No, I can't agree with that, Fistful of Dollars. Fistful of Dollars says, I got my truck with $130,000 to include a Retnauer flatbed. Okay. Was that the 90,000? Was that you? Yeah. Oh, you got a sweet deal. You got a sweet deal there. I love it. High five. Woo. Hot C says, you rock, Shannon. I try. I really try. Russell Freight Services says, nah, I've seen the same truck I got in KC with 633 miles on it, and they want 180K for it. Yeah, I've seen similar information. So that's what made me feel pretty good that I'm only paying this price for this truck. Fistful of Dollars says, but refinanced 90K and got my authority. I'm proud of you, Fistful of Dollars. That's great. Fistful of Dollars says, Shannon makes six figures. Sure, you can afford it. I don't make. I'm trying to make six figures. No, I mean, my revenue so far, up to this point, year to date. Well, that doesn't really count because I was on contract freight at first, the first few months. But okay, if we throw the contract freight in there before they release me to the open boards, my business has grossed $188,000 so far. So give or take some, right? That's basically how I've done. I'm about ready to sit down with my accountant and get my real reports. My thing is I've stayed alive and I'm cash flowing. So and I did so, and that's since so January, instead of keeping the LLC that I started with this truck, in January I changed it to a C Corp. And so I've been a C Corp since January. Truckers Education Network is in the house. Thank you for coming in, Truckers Education Network. I owe a lot of my survival and success to that channel and that man who is the most awesome teacher. If you guys are looking for somebody to learn the business of trucking from, I would recommend DIY Semi and Truckers Education Network. Those guys teach it. And I know there's others out there too, but in my journey, those two guys have taught consecutively videos. I know Post Trip teaches a lot too. God, I love, thank you for Post Trip and Truckers Education Network and DIY, because they actually whiteboard teach. So if you guys are looking for those kind of mentors, go subscribe to them channels and hit the bell, because they've taught me so much about the business, about learning my numbers and helping me like work through all of this. This is a hard leasing like this is a hard thing. But man, them guys are my mentors, and I highly recommend that you go subscribe to all their channels and go watch videos like crazy and study your little butt off. Fistful of Dollars says, turn on the heater. If the pump isn't vibrating by the palm of your hand, it's the pump. Yeah, it does vibrate. It vibrates. It does the burn. It does the little poof of smoke. It turns on the fan motor. Like, it does everything it's supposed to do, but then it doesn't detect the flame. So SR people told me that it is designed to get a certain exact amount of fuel to fire up, right, completely. And so they said, according to every detail I told them, then they're almost completely positive that I need to replace that fuel filter, because it's supposed to be done every year anyway. Thank you, Jeff, for saying congratulations. My business makes six figures, Fistful of Dollars, but I definitely don't yet. Okay. I'm working on some other streams of income. I'm trying to build 5 streams of income. One of these includes my little YouTube channel. I'm hoping to make a couple dollars there. But we'll see where that goes. But yeah, I'm trying to build a couple of different avenues. Trucking is just one of them. I have a real estate company, and that's future plans to build that. It is alive and well, and it has actually, I started the real estate company before I started the trucking company. So I have both of those companies, but this company needs to help facilitate that company. That's kind of what I'm working on. Six Semper Tyrannis is in the house. Welcome to the party. Yoko Ono's in the house. Better late than never. Hello and congrats. Thank you so much for coming in. I love your name, Yoko Ono. Old School says, I have not had a bunk heater that would work properly. Well, I hope you learned something by me explaining the mechanics of it and the maintenance of it, because it's important. It's another machine on your truck that's a separate entity, and it needs its own type of maintenance. Jerome Jones says, no, Shannon, you're supposed to said, I have a Freightliner engine. Ha! I'm a little smarter than that. Tito's and Soda's in the house. Hello and congrats. Thank you so much for coming in to celebrate. Thank you. Thank you. Hot Seat says, Mr. Like, your future driver here is a smart cookie. She's going to be a great part of your team. Well, thank you for saying that, Hot Seat. I plan on being nothing but a blessing and an asset, or not an ass hat. Like Snorla's probably going to pop in here and say. Jerome says, but congratulations on the year. Thank you. Thank you, Jerome. You need to get in here, Jerome. I need to put up a link if anybody wants to come in. I'm trying to get their comments. You guys are going at it tonight. I love it. Thank you so much. Hit the like, not Jeff like, but hit the like button, please. The thumbs up for me if you would, if you haven't already, pretty please. Jeff says, I have a spare heater for you. Okay. I'm trying to make this work. Because I need it now. I'm in Minnesota and I'm cold. To get going, when I get rocking on the road again. Oh, the Dean is in the house. Hello, Robert. How are you? Welcome to the party. Congrats. Go get a Starbucks now. No, I can't afford it. It's not in the budget. Sorry. I can't do that. Every time I got to fix something, it takes away Starbucks money. So, Fistful of Dollars says, you will blow a fuse. Those heaters draw a lot of amps. I don't know about the amperage, because I know that it runs without drawing power out of my truck, so my truck starts, because my truck has something that's called OPTI idle mode, right? You probably know about this. Sorry. My batteries get drawn on. Like if I keep my fridge plugged in or something like that, and the batteries are getting drawn on, then the truck will start to recharge the batteries automatically. And I can shut everything down, and I can run that bunk heater for like 13 hours, and I stay good on power. So I feel like it doesn't draw that much. Truckers Education Network says, I already read that. I'm sorry. Fistful of Dollars says, get a hotel. I cannot afford it, guys. I cannot afford to buy anything extra. So we are going to make this happen. I can start the truck, right? I can start the truck and warm myself up. It's not like I have to freeze. I just try not to, because I don't want to waste the diesel. I don't want to start the truck. So Totally just says, I can see your breath. That's funny. Tag along saying good night. Good night, Tag along. Thanks for coming in. I'm sorry if you already left and I'm slow getting on the comments. I'm going to go down. Hi, everybody saying hi. Truckers Education Network says, Hot Seat, you are correct. A great asset for sure. So, yeah, that's my plans. That's in my plans. Big things are in my plans. I'm so excited. I really am. I've been praying about it. and I just feel good 100% in my spirit about everything. And even though it's hard, you know, like there's such a big part of me that just feels so awesome about things that are going to be happening. I just feel like it's already laid out. So it feels great. Fistful of Dollars says curds are the best. Yeah, they are. Oh my God. They got flavored. They have cheese curds that are flavored like however you can imagine. Isn't it crazy? Snorler said it's not that easy being cheesy. It is in Wisconsin. I tell you that. I can be cheesy up here. Old School says I have cheese from South Dakota going to Wisconsin right now. I'm so behind on comments. I'm gonna roll down. Robin, you can't cuss in here. Don't like the snow. Snorlord needs a wrench. I could have swore I wrenched Snorlord. Wheelburner says, Shannon, if you want to play in the snow, you should come up and play Northern Ontario. Yeah, I want to come visit you guys someday, Wheelburner. That would be super awesome. Yes, Snorlord has a wrench. Chicken Hawk! Thank you for coming to the party. Yeah, everybody wants to know where you've been, Chicken Hawk, by the way. I'm passing some comments. I love you guys. I'm so sorry, but IH guy's in the house. Thank you for coming in, IH guy. Haven't seen you in a little bit. Wheelburner says I paid $105,000 US for this 2020 with 274,000 miles on it. Ooh, wow. And an extended warranty. Wheelburner, do you feel like that was expensive? IH guy says if you have a bunk heater, you need to run them once a month. Thank you, IH guy. IH guy's the one that told me that. There you go, Fistful of Dollars. You need to run them once a month all year long. Thank you, IH guy. I couldn't remember who told me that. You're the guy. There it is. Fistful of Dollars. There it is. He says, why a C Corp, not an S Corp? Because I have reasons for my future plans. Okay. I want it that way. I chose that way. I compared the two, and for what I want to do with my company in the future, a C Corp, I wanted to have it a C Corp from like the get-go. So I'm doing the C Corp. I'm locked in. Oh, also, I'm locked into 21% corporate tax for 5 years, for the first 5 years. It's just a flat 21% unless the government changes it. So that was another reason I liked about it. Come on, Winnet's in the house. About time, Bill. Where you been? No, thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. Russell Freight says, Wheelburner, I paid $74K with my 18 Kenworth. Mine came with extended warranty on all major components up to 750,000 miles. Oh, good deal. You got a better deal than me. I mean, on that, a little bit. You got a little, sounds like you got a little bit extra. IH guy says, flame sensor is common. Okay. Yeah, so I bought the flame sensor, and I have it here in the truck for them guys to install it. And I bought the new filter. So that's what they're doing tomorrow. Sounds like the glow plug is flooded. I don't know. We'll find out tomorrow. Come on, what it says, I paid $32,000 for my Freightliner. It now has a million. What is that? $1.8 million on it. Should I trade it in? Wow. What motor you got in that, Bill? Pop-Tart's in the house. Yay, Pop-Tart. Hi. I'm having Christmas this weekend with my grandbaby. That's exciting. I haven't seen you in a while, Pop-Tart, so I'm really excited to see you in here. Fistful of Dollars says other streams of income. Oh, ha. I got it. That's a good joke. High five on that one. That's kind of funny. Little off color, but it was funny. Wheelburner Express says, I'm selling this one in March or April. I'll be happy to let you have it for a decent price. Oh, there you go. I love some deal making going on in my chat. Pop Dart says I'm leaving out to Los Angeles until next year in March. Oh, girl, good. Good for you. I'm so happy for you. She says, Shannon, you're doing well and a good job. Thank you, Pop Tart. That means a lot to me coming from you. Thank you so much. Bill says, I only keep this truck because no def and good MPG. Okay. Alfonso Phillips in the house. Thanks, Alfonso, for coming in. I'll come in if you supply the link. Okay. I'm going to put up a link. I'm trying to get through the comments. Like, holy smokes, guys. S125's in the house. Hello. I'm glad you're here. We're celebrating tonight. This Trucking Life is in the house. Thank you for coming in, you guys. That's so awesome. We're talking about Freightliners and bunk heaters and success and lease purchases and jokes. People got jokes. I know you guys are talking to each other. Chicken Hawk says, Robin, I'm trucking at high rate of speed. Okay. I went to Philly and I'm on my way back to Virginia. Okay. Chicken Hawk, I figured you were working hard because that's what happened to me. I kind of fell off. There's some trolley porno thing in here. Can one of my moderators get rid of that, please? Pretty please with sugar on top. Mama Her Nipples in the house. The one, the only. Yeah. I'm loving you because of that name. Like, thanks for coming back into my live chat. Yeah, everybody's working hard right now. I know, right? Everybody is. Holy cow, how far am I behind? Okay, there's the end. Okay. Come on, what it says, Detroit 14 liter, the original one, never been rebuilt. Man, Bill, that's awesome. Are you putting any magic stuff in there? Any secrets you got you want to share with the group to make our trucks last longer? I changed the head gasket in January, but that's the only thing I've ever done to the engine besides the overheads. Okay. So I also stay on my overhead cam adjustment, which I think is important to the longevity of your engine. That's my opinion. You guys can fight about it if you want. But from what I understand, that needs to be done on a regular basis. I know I'm never going to make through the comments. Okay. Wilburner says, Chicken Hawk, I loaded in Philly this morning. I wish I had have known I would have found an overpass throwing eggs at you. Mama Her Nipple says, I love you, honey. I love you too, Mama Her Nipple. Thank you for coming in. You're fun. You know what? And people enjoy your handle. So I've heard other people in other chats mention it and talk about it. Bill says, come on with it. Says, I only ever ran Rotella T6 engine oil. Okay. Yeah, I like that Rotella. Every 500,000. Yep. I got mine done when I first got the truck. I had it done anyways because they didn't supply like detail maintenance records for the truck. So I had to assume it had never been done. So I had the Freightliner dealership. I paid like $675 for them to do an overhead cam adjustment. So it has been done since I've gotten the truck, and it was early on. It was probably like December or January. Okay. Now I'm going to go get the link. I'm pretty caught up. If anybody has anything that I missed that you wanted me to say or whatever, please type it again. While you're talking about Rotella engine oil, I'm going to do this link. Does that work? It doesn't look like a link to me. Did I do it right? Did I do that right, guys? I hope you can click on it. That's what I meant to do. Oh, look, I could have been doing this the whole time. Sorry, I forget all the stuff you can do on here. Jerome, get in here. Somebody come on in. Pin it. Okay, let me see. Where'd it go? Oh, there it goes. Okay, let me pin it. Doesn't give me the option to pin. How do I pin it? Star? If I click the star, does that pin it? Fistful of dollars. Hey.
Why don't you get yourself a hotel room instead of freezing your ass?
Because I can get warm in here, and I have all of this luxury in my truck. I'm much more comfortable here because I'm a female, right? And so this is what happens when you put a female.
Well, we all know most females have a frigid heart, so I understand that.
No, that's not the case. Listen, the thing, and thank you for coming in, by the way. So the thing is that when you have to move Shannon from her truck, she has to grab like 5 bags of stuff, right?
Well, that's a woman. Why don't you just grab yourself an overnight bag, go get yourself a hotel room? It's cold up there.
And I don't have my stuff, and I'll be like, oh my God, right? Like, I have to have my stuff. I have to have my laptop. I have to have my paperwork. I have to have my shower bag. I have to have my clothes bag. And I have to bring my food, right? Because the truck's going to be shut off. And I don't want to buy it.
You're overnight. You're not taking a week trip. You need some drawers, some socks, some pants, a shirt.
I can't.
Your Gucci bag. And some snacks.
I gotta have all of these things so I can conduct my business and handle myself.
You're just high maintenance. Damn.
I am. I think that's true. I've always said I wasn't, but man, if you put me in a hotel room, it's like it's overwhelming because I have to take all this stuff with me, and I'd rather just make it through the night because I'm a camper at heart. Like I love camping, so a little bit of chilly isn't gonna kill me. And if I get too cold, I'll just run the truck and heat it up. It's all good. We're gonna be okay.
Hell, I was gonna be nice. I was gonna be nice and try to get you a room, but man, you gotta call a U-Haul truck just to haul your stuff to the room.
Yeah, it's not necessary. Trust me. We only gotta wait a few hours, and then I don't need the Uber to drive back here, and it's so like all that is just too much. I'd rather just battle through it. I'll run a little bit of diesel. I'll get warm, and I got an electric blanket on the bed right now. So what I'm sitting on right here, like my bed, right?
Yeah.
Like right. Okay, so under here I have this electric blanket on, so my bed is very nice and warm. So yeah. I'm okay. I'm sitting on something warm, so that helps too.
I was quite shocked today. It snowed. It had a little bit of flurries today here in Dallas.
Yeah, see, I get scared about cold down there. Hi, Jerome Jones. I'm sorry. I want to say hi to Jerome before he falls asleep. So
I'm not falling asleep.
Thank you for coming on. So yeah, being down south in the wintertime is, to me, that's scarier than being up here. Because they don't know how to deal with it down there. That's what's scary to me.
No, I grew up north, so driving in the snow ain't nothing. I just choose not to.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a choice, you know what I mean? But I don't know. Like I said, I'm kind of weird. Like, I get excited about the wintertime up here. There's some kind of
Did you have to chain up yet?
No, I don't have chains, and I don't go nowhere where there's chains. No. Wheel Burner says, holy crap, Shannon, it's only one night. You're not moving into the hotel. Yes, I am, Wheel Burner. Like, yes, I am. Oster DM is in the house.
Hell, I was trying to help out the poor, and she turned it down.
No, It's I'm good. I'm really good, guys. I love you. Thank you so much for that. But I'm good. The shop is right here. It includes no moving of bags and no Ubers and all that other business it would all entail. It's not even worth it. But I love you for thinking of that. I appreciate it.
Is it your favorite shop in Illinois?
My favorite shop in Illinois is the Bolingbrook shop. They are like, the mechanic there is the best. He's my favorite person. Like he's taken such good care of me. Like I can't even, I can't, he's the best. Like, so I will go there first from now on. And I'm driving through there all the time anyway. So it's a good location for me. And, but I had to bring the load up here to Minnesota from West Virginia. So my delivery was only 10 miles from this shop. So this is our headquarters. So that's why I'm here, because it was only 10 miles away. It was perfect. And I had to take my 34 anyway. So it all worked out good like that. So, yeah. So I'm here, and it's a perfect time to celebrate my little truckiversary.
You're not celebrating. You don't have a bottle of champagne or your flask of liquor, so you're really not technically. If you want to be technical, you're not celebrating.
Well, some people, fistful of dollars, don't celebrate with alcohol. So I'm having spring water. I'm just gonna celebrate. I don't want, there's people at Dart that have this channel. They know that I have a YouTube channel, so I'm not trying to do anything bad. I'm trying to keep it going and be successful, and I'll save the drinking for some other time that I'm off the road and out of the truck, if that ever happens. Ozer says, Shannon, do you realize you need to carry chains out west starting September 1st until May 1st? I just learned that, Ozer, on my adventure out there. I did not know that, but now I do, because I've never traveled out there. Colorado, Utah, California, and others require you to carry them even if you don't need them. $500 ticket. Yeah, and I think DIY said something when I was out there. I think he mentioned it, and it didn't dawn on me till later. Like, oh, he meant like I was riding dirty, right? So,
You always work your same routes, or you just bounce all over the place?
Especially lately. Jerome, where'd you go?
I don't know. He vanished.
He bombed out. What happened, Jerome?
You probably hit the button.
We got Dodolina's coming in. I don't know how good my service is gonna hang in here, but then we got James Clark. Hello, everybody.
Hi, guys.
Wait, I got somebody else. Hold on. Who is that? I ran out of screen. Let me expand this. Oh, there's Jerome. What happened to you, Jerome?
I accidentally pressed the button.
Oh, okay. As long as you didn't get mad.
Oh, no.
This is the first time I've ever been on one of these things.
You haven't?
And I thought I was a rookie.
So does anybody know how you show the person's names on here when they're all on here?
Don't ask me.
I'm just here for a ride.
Technology is cool.
I don't know if you can show the names. Robin says don't touch buttons. I know you're right, Robin. I don't know if you can show everybody's names when you have more than like 2 people on here. If anybody knows better, please put it in the chat. Go over somebody's comment.
I'm not even sure how I got here.
I wanted to stick up for you, Shannon.
Oh, about what? Tell me.
About when you get into a hotel. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I can't just take one little tiny bag and go in the hotel. Nope. I need my computer. I need my dog. I need my backpack. I need my clothes.
High maintenance.
I mean, like I walk in with 5 bags, and like sometimes that's just a pain in the butt. to
I
just
know,
go-
right? And then you got to take a Uber, right, to carry all your stuff over there. So you're paying for the car, and then when it's time to come back, you got to pay for an Uber again to make it back to the shop. Like I would rather suffer
Stay in the
through it.
truck.
Yeah, like I'm good.
Well, I'm
Guys,
glad
let me-
my heater works because I got my ass soaked today.
How?
I run flatbed, man. I run out a load from Savannah to Dallas, dropped that off, unloaded in there, got my butt wet, went to Strong Texas, pick up freaking block and taking it back to Savannah. So that's all I do every week. And
Oh,
it
wow.
rained, and then it turned to snow. And boy, I tell you, it was cold. It was miserable.
It was 12 degrees this morning here in Wyoming.
Well, you keep it.
And then it got to a nice like 45, 49 degrees because the sun came up.
Hell,
And
didn't
then
even
once
reach
it
past
got
40
the
today.
evening, it got cold again. So that's why I'm wearing warm clothes in Wyoming.
What part of Wyoming?
Rollins.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's starting to like kind of snow just a little bit. It's nothing bad. I've been here thousands of times. I mean, and I was also going to say Minnesota and
Got the jacket on now.
Yeah, it's getting cold.
You know, next thing you know, she's going to put on a snowmobile suit, a
Yeah.
scarf, and a baklava. She's going to see her freaking
I'm-
breath. And
I
next
think
thing you know, we're going to read in CDL News that a driver died from freezing to death inside her truck because she's too damn stubborn to go get a room.
I can't
I'm pretty sure you can write that off, can't you?
yeah,
Write the
hotel.
casket off as a business expense.
Yeah.
you'll
I
see some
don't want to pack up all my things and go and move and then move. It's like it's not worth it. They're gonna get me in the morning like I'm right
If I
here.
need to stay in a hotel, I got a little rucksack I put on my back. I don't need 5, 6 freaking suitcases to take with me.
Yeah, I know, fistful of
You need
dollars.
a
but
you need a USS Never Come Home then.
How can Will Burner, how can you check into a hotel with a nap pack? That is like not enough for me. Like
no, we're women. We
You're not
gotta
gonna
have makeup
TV.
and things.
That's
and
enough for me. I mean, people who have been veterans know you can travel very, very lightly. Be okay.
Oh yeah.
Moderators, will you watch the chat? There's some nasty things coming in there. If you please take care of them.
I'm wearing
Okay.
my North Dakota Badlands t-shirt.
Oh, that's a cool shirt. I like that.
Yeah, it has a picture.
I have to address an issue. Hold on. Will Burner's trying to help me. Go over to somebody's comment and highlight it and click it again. I don't know what you mean. Will Burner, you need to come on here and you need to tell me how to fix it so I can see everybody's name.
Hey,
If you wouldn't
Shannon,
mind. Yes. Yes, sir.
I will leave a comment on your latest video. My point of contact. I got a coffee mug for you.
You do? Oh.
Yeah, I ordered a whole bunch of them for Christmas. I got my trucking and my brokerage, so I'm gonna give you 2. I'm waiting on Edgewood over there to give me her info. I've been waiting. That's why I'm just glad I wasn't holding my breath because I would have been dead by now.
Okay, wait. Where did you leave the message though? I don't know if I don't know what happened.
Well, I'll send it again. No big deal.
Well, I
Mine,
can, if you go into the private chat right in here. Oh, put it down. Are you driving, Brian, or are you outside?
hello.
Where is he?
Sorry. I wasn't paying attention. I'm walking across the yard. I've only got 2 seconds to do this. So Shannon, click on somebody's name so that it comes up on the screen. Like, see how my comment is up?
Yeah.
Okay, go to my comment again and double click on the name, and then all the names of all the people on the screen should pop up.
Yeah.
There you
There
go.
you go.
Now I know.
Okay.
Now I know who I am.
There it is.
But Shannon, the second you click on another comment, the names will go away again.
Oh, thank you for teaching me that. I appreciate you. That's
No
awesome.
problem. All right, I gotta go. I'm still working. Unlike the rest of you.
Yeah, I thought
Hey,
you'd be
I'm working. I'm just waiting for 2 a.m.
I work
I'm
in
working.
12
I'm just
days.
kicking back.
I finished my
Yeah,
work.
but I'm on Canadian hours, so I'm working a 16-hour day here.
Oh, you are? When do you get done?
Probably
After
about
16
another hour.
hours.
About another hour. I got about another hour to go, and then I can get I can shut it down for the night.
Okay. All right. I might be
If you're
frozen.
still around, Shannon, I'll stay in the chats. If you're still around, I'll come in later.
Okay. All right.
All right,
sounds
love you,
good.
babe.
Be careful. Love you too.
Okay, bye.
Okay. So so we lost him. Who am I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, guys. All right. James Clark. Thank you for coming in. Where did you go? James Clark. Okay.
I'm right here.
Okay, we're good.
I
My
haven't
brain's
left.
starting to freeze. My brain is starting to freeze. Give me a second. I gotta turn on this truck.
Oh, Lord. Oh, I'm fine. I don't need
Let's
nothing.
see.
I got
I'm
all
trying
the
to.
stuff to keep me warm.
I've been over to that Eagan place. Well, I used to live up in Eagan and North. In
Did
the
you
city
need?
A
there.
burn barrel.
Did you need my info? Somebody?
Yeah, get a burn barrel. You'll be good.
'Cause mine is Edgewood 66 Transport.
Yeah.
That's what
Fistful of dollars. What info do you need? I got your number. You got my number?
Yeah, give it to Edgewood, too.
Okay. Dodie, go into the private chat. Do you see it there? There's a tab on the side that says private chat.
Oh,
Who, me?
Ah, you. Do you see that tab?
Shannon, I got a question for you. What'd you come out of New York with? For how much? What kind of rate did you get?
Let me see.
I was just curious for a van, because I don't know if you can hear it, but I got my reefer running now.
Oh, you drive a reefer?
Yeah.
Okay. I was wondering.
Yeah, but
Okay, I got do you mean the oh yeah.
well, what was your gross coming out of there? I mean, going back to where?
Hold on, I went there twice. Oh, I went from Nevada to New York, and then I went from New York to Chicago. So from New York to Chicago, I got $1,640.
That's what?
It's not a lot.
No, it's not. Because I was up in
You guys are taking
on the island there, and I did just a couple short ones, and made $2,000 in one day up there, and then
Oh, that's beautiful.
then I got this load. I'm in Denver right now. Just be here for a day or so unloading, and then back home to Salt Lake City for $8,000.
Yeah,
Oh,
it was like $2 a mile, so it wasn't much, but it got me back up to Chicago. Sometimes I take the bike coming back up so I can get back in my area. You know, sometimes I got.
were you on the toll roads out there?
That was a good.
I'm
I
sorry.
try to avoid them, you know, but I've been learning that game too lately. I had to make an emergency call to Snorlord to like help me out with understanding how to get away from tolls and know about them and stuff. Mr. RD is in the house. I want to say hi to him.
You take
but yeah,
30 across Indiana and Ohio. Or do you take the toll road?
I took the toll road, but now that Snorlord has taught me some more stuff, like I know that I've been making mental notes of where I'm going and how I'm going, where I hit the most tolls. So I'm learning how to
To avoid them.
master getting away from the tolls now, because I never have. I've always just run through the tolls because I've been in a hurry. And so now I'm going to, work on that strategy. That's a new thing for me to work on.
If you drop out of Chicago there or wherever, Ohio, and take 30 across, I mean, you'll probably add probably 12 stoplights along the way or so. But
Yeah,
other
it
than
was
that,
this. So it was, I'll tell you exactly how much I paid in tolls. Let me look at it again. I gotta go back. I write all this stuff down.
okay,
How are
that's
you doing?
usually a good thing.
Okay, so I agreed to it for $1,640, and the tolls was $160.88. So that dropped my rate even lower, right?
Yeah. Well,
So that,
I mean, if you took it knowing that you're going to pay that in tolls, you just add it into what you quote them, and then some things are not negotiable. About the only thing that's negotiable is your profit margin, where you want to be at.
right, and so, like in situations like that where I am adamant about getting back to Chicago, right? Because I needed, now at that time there was another reason. I needed to get to the shop in Bolingbrook so that he could try to fix my bunk heater.
Right.
So
Right. Well,
that
I
was
mean,
that
if you got
load getting me back there. So I kind of was like, it's not the worst, but it's not the best, so I did it.
right, right. Yeah, I mean that's an emotional or type of decision,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah.
I mean that's because I mean I'm on this run out of the Northeast, and it's good rate, and I'm getting over $1,000 a day. So, but it's the bad thing is about reefers, you got a lot of these 2 a.m. deliveries, 3 a.m. deliveries. That's a bad part of it.
Yeah,
But
and the thing is, as I drive,
multi-stop.
I do drive-in, right? So
Right.
the
Yeah,
market
I know
really,
Dart. In Inver Grove Heights, I used to live there in Inver Grove Heights, and I mean, I've lived in a lot of different places, but I'm from Minnesota, so I know
okay.
exactly where you're at. In fact, Dart used to be
Okay.
an outfit. Dart. I don't know what it is today, what it's like today, but years ago, Dart was a company that you really wanted to be with if you wanted to be a lease. Well, back then they didn't have leases; it was just a company, But yeah,
Well,
they
so,
were a good
yeah,
company.
let me tell you a little bit about Dart. So they have been in business doing the owner-operator model since 1936. That's 90 or something like that, right? But they're 90 years old, right? And doing the same thing. They have always been an owner-operator only company. And so they just recently, like, from what I understand, probably within the last maybe 10 years, started having company drivers, and their specialty is owner operators, helping build owner operators.
Okay.
And so they've been in business longer than JB Hunt even, but they have just always done with owner operators. So, and believe me, after working with them, they really have it. They have it so perfected. And the problem
I
that
imagine so.
drivers have here is that they can't quite adapt or adopt, let me say, a lot of the structures that Dart has in place. They don't understand how to adapt that to their business and work with it, I think. because it's hard. So then you add a lease, right? And then it's hard. So they've always just signed on owner operators, and that was it. So the lease game is something totally different. And then this is one of the very few companies that will pay you percentage and then let you run the market, right?
Well, I don't know, what percentage are you guys on?
I guess
like
on the open boards like that, I get to run the open market. I get 70% and they get 30%. I get my trailer for free per se, right?
I've never known anything free, but go ahead.
However you want to look at it, that's how it's marketed. Okay. So they take care of the trailer, obviously, completely and all that. I get to keep the trailer as long as I'm running. I get to book loads with almost anybody, but they do have an approved list. So these are brokers that have already been vetted. So I know that we all know we're going to get paid from these certain people. So I stick within that list, which is fine because all the major people are on there, and some smaller.
Do you guys have your regular customers?
So Dart has contracts with shippers, like, certain people.
That's how it is here at D&E. They have contracts.
Right. So then you run that freight, right? And
that's
so
why I'm able to go into places that are like no-go zone, and I can get out, you know, with a decent rate. But things
and so that's kind of thing is what Dart started me on. I got the truck, and then they started me on that, and they dispatched me, right? So they put me through that for 5 months, and like I said, I think it's not a bad thing because they're seeing how you work, right? And they're giving you like a trial, What'd you say, James?
Well, now when you changed that, did the percentage? Did you keep more? The percentage as you were using not their dispatch, so they're basically doing their dispatch for free.
Well, no, sure. There's kind of a catch. I'll tell you what. Okay, so when you run their contract freight, you get 68% of the load, and then they're dispatching you, right? And you get fuel percentage of the fuel surcharge. Also,
right. What do they base their fuel surcharge on? Because I incorporate in 3% of the national average into my quote when I quote a rate. So I get a fuel charge on everything, regardless of whether or not they say they paying it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you got to give an all-in number. So you got to already know your numbers. You got to figure all that stuff in, right?
I hope so. Or we're all just well, if you don't know your numbers, you're just out here till your truck dies.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's the thing I learned. Like, that's what I was mentioning those other channels for. Like, those are my mentors. Like, at the trucking business, right? They helped me. I mean, I was watching them back. I started learning and watching them about the business and learning when I was a company driver at JB Hunt. So I started my mental process and all of that stuff way back when I was a company driver. So I'd been studying a long time before I decided to pull the trigger. And because I had a great job at JB Hunt, I loved it. But this was my goal, is to start my own business and do my own thing. So, but I had been training as far as that goes with watching those guys teach me about the business and learning the numbers and how to figure out what I was going to ask for a load and how to figure out a load and all that stuff. I started out way, way early.
Well, one of the things is that you'll have to learn.
Hold on, James. Hold on. Dodie's got to say something.
Go ahead.
See, good night. Come on with it. And good night. Switch SK. I just wanted to say that.
Twitch SK is in the house. Thanks for coming in, Twitch SK. Are you saying good night to them, or are you leaving me? Are you staying with me in here, Jody? Yeah.
What was the question again?
I thought you were saying good night like you were leaving. I said you're not leaving, are you? Okay.
There's
I haven't figured out how to figure out that one yet, but That must be one of these other buttons. But
No, it's
you
just,
know, like what you're trying to do is if your ultimate goal is to get your own authority, basically you have to start over with all your other brokers, unless you develop some relationships with them. Um, because
Well, that
I
was the other thing I was taught too. Number one was know my numbers, so I started working on that early, and then I was also taught by them guys that you need to have good relationships with brokers. And I will tell you today, James, that I've been saying on my videos that my relationships with my brokers that I have built, because I started that right off the bat. As soon as Dart let me on the open boards, I started doing things with brokers to build relationships with them, and that is the only reason why I'm sitting here today still in business. I will tell you that. That's because
because I've been doing this since '87, and I took off during COVID because I was sick and tired of a whole bunch of stuff. But so I put my authority on pause during that time. And so even though I've got a 6-digit number, but the thing is that some of those brokerages, the mega ones, are they say, well, you got to wait another 6 months. Well, they just dropped to the bottom of my list. Who I'm using now is mainly consolidators. I'll do multi-stop. I don't care.
That can be really lucrative, because that's I remember I ran expedited freight when I just got out of school, and that's what they would do with us. We would stop and pick up partials all over the place, and
Bring them back to the warehouse.
Yeah, Dart won't let me do that, even though I know how to do it.
Really?
That's good stuff right there.
yeah,
What's your policy? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sometimes that, like LTL freight, I used to do that a lot when I was doing reefer. And
yeah, it's well, I call it LTL. Some people are calling it multi-stop or whatever. I don't, the terminology is changing more and more. At least I've noticed it. But yeah, doesn't bother me a bit. I mean, especially when you're making over $1,000 a day.
Well, I found when I was driving reefer, I found out that, like in the springtime, you start delivering flowers, and you don't just go to one nursery. You go to
Yeah,
or 5
I mean
nurseries.
that's kind of like
where you start making money, because, in fact, because I know Denver so well, I lived there for such a long time. I had this one, my dispatcher, we used to work really, I was a company driver, but we used to work really well together. She set me up with 31 stops, and I had a whole week to do them. She told me, you got 2 weeks if you want.
right.
And I 31 stops? Are you kidding? And she said, they were little roses, just miniature roses.
Yeah.
On like a 8-foot crate that was like 2 feet wide. And they just filled up the whole semi like 30 times. And it was Home Depot. They had a, it was like some holiday. I don't know if it was 4th of July or Labor Day or Memorial Day, something like that. But it was like, oh my God. But because I know Denver so well, I knew all the back roads. I used to deliver lumber to the houses, and so I knew how to get into the roads that you don't normally find on.
What am I? Right, being a bed bugger, I'm an old bed bugger.
And I did it all in 3 days. And,
hell yeah.
That I made some good money on that one.
It's hustling, yeah.
Yeah, when you hustle.
Hold on 1 second. I want to say hi to Bill.
Sorry.
He's in the chat with us here. Finally, I'm so excited.
How y'all doing?
And I wanted to talk to Jerome I want Jerome to tell him what he does, because he's been so patient sitting here listening, just not saying anything. I want to get to Jerome. So, Bill, welcome to the panel. I appreciate you so much. That's so awesome. And
Hi, everybody.
So,
what are you doing
yeah.
tonight, Jerome?
Hi, everybody, Bill.
Just chilling.
Quiet.
We're partying. This is Extrava-SHANZAA. We're having a party. See that quick?
Where you
It's
headed
hot
to,
in here.
Jerome?
The truck.
I'm picking up. I'm grabbing a power only with Schneider. It's a load. Was it a live load somewhere south of Cranbridge, Ohio, and that's going to Winchester, Virginia.
What do you drive,
Cool.
Jerome? Do you drive a flatbed or?
No, it's power only driving. Sometimes flatbed.
I was thinking you drove a flatbed for some reason. I drive a flatbed.
No, I don't have a flatbed trailer yet.
How's that power only working?
It's hit and miss.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking about that, but do they let you? So you get to load it up with whatever you can get, right? But as long as don't you got a time frame to deliver that trailer or something? I mean, I know Winchester's good for them places.
Yeah, there's loadout trailers you can keep for 7 days. Some rarely you can keep like 14 days. Schneider, no, you can't. Just use it strictly for Schneider.
Oh, really? Well, Edgewood, you know, you should. You've been doing this quite a long time, haven't you?
Me? Yeah.
Yeah.
30
Well,
years.
you remember the old International Transport?
Yeah.
IT?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's who I started with. Yeah, out of Rochester, Minnesota, till Schneider bought us out. They bought us only for the Canadian Authority.
Watch you guys.
What's that?
I didn't know. I just knew they disappeared.
Yeah, Schneider bought us out for the Canadian Authority because you couldn't get they couldn't get their Canadian Authority back then.
Oh,
and so they just bought us for it. But yeah, we were largest heavy haulers in the country.
Yeah.
You know, at that time. But I enjoyed it, made good money. I think we only worked 6 months out of the year back then, and then farmed the rest of the time. You know, because we were making.
Used to do that.
Huh?
It's like you can't do that. It's just almost impossible to do that. You know.
Right.
Work like drive for a few months and then farm for a few months. In fact, I have a friend of mine. His name is Trent. He lives in Kansas, and he's a farmer and a truck driver. And he's after COVID, it really threw him off track. You know,
yeah,
it screwed everything up. And I haven't talked to him a whole lot lately, but he's a sweetheart. And every time I'm down there in Kansas, he lives in Pratt, Kansas, and he has a big old farm. He wants me to go drive for him, but I can't because I'm buying this truck. I'm contracted to D&E, so I'm going to stick with them for a while, and I should have a trailer to pay off. So I've been driving flatbed. The reason why I like driving a flatbed, I started off with flatbed. Did that 14 years, and then I went to a money truck, an armored semi, and then I went to a reefer solo. I wasn't in a team anymore, and I did that for 8 years, and then after that a dry box, and then back to the flatbed. But what
it all.
What I liked about the flatbed is that being that I've been driving for so long already, what I didn't like about the reefer and the dry box is these midnight runs. You know what? I just got, my eyes are too, I can't do it anymore, you know?
Right.
So I got back in a flatbed, and basically, I've been with D&E already 3 years. I've had maybe two night pickups, basically, not runs, because
Right.
during the day,
Yeah.
and I'm
Yeah.
not on night anymore. That is like, as a veteran driver, I it's basically the only thing you can kind of claim as a truck driver is what hours you choose to run. I still do
Well.
my 70, but I run daytime hours. I
Right.
don't run. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
And
I mean, I disagreed with the ELD. I disagreed with the CDL. So I was grandfathered into that one. So you know,
yeah, too
I
long for
mean,
that.
uh, yeah. Well, I never ran that. My handwriting's so bad that no, they take a look at it and say, bah, whatever. Where were
Yeah,
you at? And you'd have to think real quick. But yeah, it's
yeah,
changing out here. It's changed
I
a
know.
lot.
I've slowed down a lot because, like, I used to run when I started driving a reefer. Excuse me. I was driving from Carson, California to New Jersey to Minnesota to Blaine, Minnesota, and then back to Carson.
Right,
That triangle. And I did that for years, right?
right.
I made some good money, but I just got so burnt out of New Jersey. I got so burnt out of this traffic, so much traffic. So I
Oh
tried
yeah,
to settle myself down. And I'm a Southwestern girl. I live in New Mexico, Colorado, and California. But I like the more open road now. Like
yeah.
I said, even to Shannon, I think I told her I'd rather have a bad day in Wyoming than a good day in New Jersey and New York.
Yeah.
Leave the
Yeah, you
traffic,
did
leave
tell
that
me
hustle
that.
bustle. You can
Well,
have it.
there's no good day, no good day in Jersey that I know of. Well, except for I don't know if any of y'all went through New York and that during the beginning of COVID, but crossing the GW Bridge, I went through there on this at the speed limit. There was no traffic. There was nothing out in the harbor. It was great. I was going, and then I mean, I got the police called on me up in Connecticut because I refused to wear a mask. But
Oh, please.
oh yeah, and they were refusing the load, and I said called up the broker and I says, well, you got till in the morning, and then I'm bringing this thing back to you. And amazingly, they took it.
Oh,
Luckily, I mean, I knew it was going to be jammed up a bit there, but just because it was Connecticut. But uh,
so you don't wear
luck,
a mask either? I don't wear a mask. That's
nah, nah,
I don't play that game. But
nah,
last time
yeah,
I went to the Bronx, it was from Las Vegas, Nevada to the Bronx in New York, crossing over the George Washington Bridge. And this was before COVID. It costed me $110 just to cross the frickin' bridge.
yeah. Don't know whether you're paying to get out of New Jersey and into the New York, or New York is charging you.
And then
Yeah,
I and then coming out, I had to pay another. And this was before COVID, so I'm sure the price went up with what was that, Cosmo or whatever that governor's name was, Chromo, yeah,
Como, yeah.
yeah, because I'm sure he raised the price up. That's why I won't do New York anymore. Like, uh, I'm,
Well, I'll do New York. I'll do New York. Well, like I came out of Long Island,
mhm.
and I mean, I know two consolidators, out in that area. So, I mean, it doesn't bother me. I went in there for uh, what two? No, I went into that Long Island for 5 grand out of Tennessee. So, I mean, I wasn't. It
That deal.
doesn't bother me. You
And
know,
see,
it just
I
doesn't.
only go upstate New York. When I go to New York, I only go upstate. I won't go down there.
Oh, upstate is gorgeous. Upstate is absolutely gorgeous.
the
I
thing I,
love the Fingers Lake area. God, I love that. They've got a duck farm that they process ducks for up there, right in there. And God, I mean, I
well,
love going there.
I
Hey,
don't
you can
hate
keep the New Jersey and New York. I'm good. Upstate New York's the far as I'll go.
like going.
Yeah, I'm not going there. I'm not going to Jersey, and I'm not going to the New Yorks anywhere around
Well,
the
you're
city.
not going out to Wyoming either anymore during the wintertime.
In a semi, you feel too big.
Oh no.
Bill,
What?
talk to Bill.
New York City, get a rope. You remember that
Right.
Okay.
commercial?
Hey, not a problem. Not a problem. I will. So, you know, y'all can stay way away from there, and that just
What kind of truck?
increases my negotiating.
What kind of
That
truck?
just increases my negotiating power. What's that?
What kind of truck do you have?
2022 or 22 22 T880.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then I've got a 2019 reefer.
See, I got a
But I leased the truck from PACCAR.
I got a 2007 long nose Pete, and it's not made for that tight of traffic. That's
Yeah.
why it drives me nuts. That's why, like, before when I had the Kenworth that I used to drive, like I said, I used to go into New Jersey all the time.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me.
But in this truck, it's like,
Yeah, well, you should try bed bugging then, because you go on places that you shouldn't go.
I know.
But you know, or even that, or downtown Philly.
Oh, I know. Well, downtown Philadelphia is where I used to go to pick up money because that's where they have the Philadelphia
Right.
Mint.
Yeah.
And yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about there.
I mean,
It was
their
great.
houses live on the sidewalk where a normal sidewalk belongs. That's their front yard.
Yeah,
Bill,
but this
Bill,
truck,
where do you drive at? And Jerome, where do you guys usually drive at? Or do you like to stay? Or does it matter?
Midwest.
Yeah, me too.
Same.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's my age.
if you can make money in doing certain lanes, go for it. I mean, but I consider myself an irregular route carrier, you know. You know, and my address is anywhere USA. So
I thought you
Oh,
were
yeah,
going.
you're the one that says that, James. Okay, I know somebody says that all the time. It's James.
well, I don't know if I've said it on your channel, but I mean, my handle is empty pockets. And I mean, my friends and family all know my address is anywhere USA. Because if the dollar's there, I'll go.
Yeah, my address is my truck number. Like, that's it.
Hey, at least you have one, right?
Yeah, it's at least until I get the truck paid off when I can switch gears because I'm going to change a lot of things about what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I want to be able to take my truck out when I want to, but that's why I'm trying to build other streams of income so I can be working on a couple of other things while I still have the option of running the truck or putting a driver.
I used to, back in the 80s, I had 5 trucks, and I was a nervous wreck because one of the sayings is that good drivers always want to own their own truck, and so they don't stay along because you can't compete with mega carriers. There's no way. But the bad drivers you can't get rid of. You know, I mean, just because of the fact that I mean,
I like the model sign like Jeffrey Lake at Like Trucking. He does Truckers Education Network channel. He's one of my mentors, and now he has a great model. Like he people that are owner operators already, like Dart used to do, or Dart
Right.
still does, but he has that business model. So that way the drivers have a stake in the business, right? And they're going to take care of their trucks. They're going to drive better, hopefully, right?
Well,
So
okay, so he's leasing out his trucks. Is that what I don't understand?
no,
He takes owner operators.
he only takes owner operators, so they already have their own trucks.
Oh, okay. Well, that's yeah. No. I was back in the 80s. There wasn't this there wasn't a lot of leasing going on, but what I mean, and the thing was, well, you're in business. The only reason you're in business is to grow, right? Okay, fine. Accountant said buying more trucks. Well, I bought more trucks, and
Right.
I did all them. Well, back then you didn't have to have a computer in there. You had mechanical engines, so you had to work on them. And I'd come home 2 o'clock in the morning and then find out that a truck was down, and I had to work on it. So I was never so happy to get rid of them.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I that made my day. Somebody
It's a
else
lot of work
wanted.
for one truck, I think, oh my gosh, imagine if I had more trucks, I'd be freaking out. Like,
Oh
it's
yeah,
expensive. Very expensive
well,
business.
yeah. I mean, and then you're having it done by somebody where before you didn't have that choice. You had to do it yourself. Because of the cost and everything else. Even though, I mean, back then, what good freight excellent paying freight was about $1.25. So you didn't have, what you today. It would void out the warranty if I turn a wrench on this thing.
Right.
So
Mike's Trucking with Big Daddy has a good comment here. He says the dollar was more valuable back in the 80s than it is today.
Well, yeah, because I think, I don't know if Edgewood could confirm this or not, but I started driving as a company driver for 15 cents a mile.
Yeah,
Wow.
I've done
So
22 cents a mile. I hear you. I know what you're talking about.
yeah. So, I mean, it's changed a lot of ways, and it's a lot for the worse. Because like you're a business owner. Well, what other business is so heavily regulated as far as like your hours of service? I mean, I've got over 4 million accident-free miles, and yet,
Congratulations.
well, yeah. But the thing is that I'm still treated by DOT, FMCSA as just a brand new driver. Got to be regulated. They got to do this, and
That's crazy because, like, right there, okay, by you saying that, it picks you way up on the totem pole. And I see
but it
these young
doesn't. But it
drivers-
doesn't. If I were to say go with Dart or any other company, right? I would start on the same plane.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they should give credit to that by the driving record, but they don't,
Nope.
because I've seen these new trucks. I don't know if the driver's new or old, but he's driving without a fender and stuff. And I'm thinking, you know, I mean, like, is that your truck or is it a company truck? 'Cause companies that I work
Man, I
for,
would get pulled over for anything like that. I would, I just know it. I know it. They'd pull me over and I would get in trouble for that. I don't understand how I see so many trucks out there that are banged up and they're getting away with, like, they're trucking down the road.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
that wouldn't happen to me. I'd get pulled over. I mean, I just,
Yeah, because it's ridiculous, I mean, but then again, like it's been through this cycle a lot. I've seen this cycle a lot where now they've got uh, different people joining this industry, and they're in it. They came in on the up cycle, but when this low one, I mean, I was just coming across on 70, and I noticed that parking was a whole heck of a lot easier, because a lot of people, they cannot, withstand this market, what the downswing of it.
Right.
They thought they got in it for the big money, which I've never been able to see, and it's just not there. It never has been. It's in your blood. It's who you are, basically. Go
But
ahead. Sorry.
mean, you
I'm sorry if I took over, Shannon. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all
I
good.
got. I got a lot to say about this industry,
so do I.
and I'm not talking war stories either.
Yeah, it's knowledge, I mean, it's the stories are good, and it's knowledge of, you guys have been through a lot, and I appreciate you guys. Like, for somebody like me that's newer, like, it's it's just valuable to help me see the scope of how the industry has changed and all that, over the years.
Well, we used to have day sleepers and cab overs. I mean,
Yeah, I can't even imagine that.
no, I mean, thank God, because I was bed bugging for 5 years at one point, and if we would have had these automatics then, I'd still be probably bed bugging because my knees and my hips are shot. But
Yeah, I am glad I don't drive a stick anymore. I learned to drive a stick in school, right? And so I don't have any restrictions. But then I drove a stick when I worked at FedEx for a couple of months. And the Lockout Men podcast show's in the house. Hey, what's up? I'm glad you're here. But I haven't driven a stick since then, and so I realized though that my knee hurt after when I was driving for FedEx for just 2 months, and I was just thinking about you guys, like, oh my gosh, there's people out here that have been doing this for so long. Like, I can imagine your knees.
oh yeah, I mean, in traffic, out on the open road, you never use your feet. Don't use it. You just float them. But thing is, man, my knees and hips are shot.
Bill and Jerome,
Can't
do
be
you
without a stick. I
guys
gotta
drive
have.
automatics? Bill and Jerome?
No, mine's a stick, 10-speed.
Same.
Okay. And Bill?
I wish I had an automatic. The one day I needed it, I had gout in my knee. Oh man, pushing down that clutch, I almost cried.
Yeah, I hear you. Before I came back out here, I worked for a farmer up in Ada, Minnesota, and he had nothing but 9-speed trucks, bringing it out to the, we're bringing it to we were doing beet harvest, but I was just kind of going, God, I'm glad I learned how to shift these things without using the clutch.
Right.
It would hurt. I would have. When
Bill,
I'd get out of the truck, I still get out of the truck, and I look like, I think I'm a young 63, but and every time even now, I get out of the truck, and it takes me a while to get the kinks out.
you're 63 years old.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm 61.
Yeah.
You got a
Yeah.
few years on me. So
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys got to get your walking in. You got to get your walking in. It's important.
Well, I only sleep about 5. Do you still only sleep about 5 hours a night, Edgewood? Or,
an average of 6 and
Yeah.
a half, like that.
yeah, I can only sleep about 5 hours. So I'm just sitting here waiting for 2 a.m.
Yeah,
Bill,
sometimes
did
I
you
wake
say
up
you
and then I
drove a
can't go
stick
back
or
to
not?
sleep because I get so stressed out.
Yeah, I've only ever driven a 10-speed. I worked local a lot of years and drove a 5-speed and I forget what the other one. I think it was another 10-speed. They've all been 10s.
So you know, like 13 or 18. I honestly think people ought to.
Oh, I love my
Yeah.
30 speed.
Yeah, I love a 13. I just hate
Midwest is
shifting
pretty
it.
flat.
Yeah.
Midwest is pretty flat. I never had a need for all those extra split gears.
Well, no, but yeah, if you're hauling heavy or something like that. But I just don't trust like what Shannon went through out in Wyoming. I'm just kind of, I mean, uh, it's because you don't get a feel for the ground really as much. And so, like later on in the season when Wyoming gets bad, uh, I don't like the thought of having this truck automatically shift. There's supposed to be some way to do it,
Yeah,
make
there's
it a manual,
a
but
ma-
I don't trust that.
that's why, because I'm a mountain driver. I like the
Oh
mountain,
yeah,
west, and the stick shift. You got more control with an automatic. You're like, because that thing wants a shift, and they'll just make you go crazy on the road.
oh yeah. It'll downshift at a weird spot. You're just kind of going, oh, I would have never done that, or something, and then all of a
You know
sudden,
what? But from my perspective, because that's what I've driven the most, and I feel like I prefer it in the wintertime but it's also it's very smooth, right? So I haven't had like the truck lose control or anything when it does shift. So it seems to, and there's all these sensors going, right? So the truck even knows when my wheels are on something slippery. Like it tells me
yeah,
every
got traction control.
yeah.
Little else, yeah, traction control. I've never ever used that because um, I don't trust it. I trust my butt better than I trust electronics.
Yeah,
You know.
it's the relationship you have between the tractor and your mind.
Well,
Where
yeah, my butt.
road, you feel it. You know what I
Yeah, if
mean?
my butt releases from the seat, it's all good. If it grabs it really hard, then we're in a wrong place.
Well, like Shannon was saying, she likes the automatic. I like the automatic too, but I prefer the stick shift. Pretty soon they're gonna take our hands off the steering wheel. They're gonna let the truck drive by themselves,
Yeah, I
and
wonder how much we'll get paid
I,
then.
I'll be gone.
I wonder how
Yeah, how much you'll get paid? I don't know. Whatever minimum wage is.
that's more than I'm making now.
Well, yeah, I know. Well, let's see. I mean, I've made over $1 million in, doing this, but I think I ended up with a nickel. What do they say? How do you make $1 million in this industry? You start with 10,
Start with two.
10 million. No, I believe it. I've done it. But one thing
Bill,
what?
let me ask Bill. I'm munching on my salad. Bill, do
What's
you
up?
drive reefer or drive-in?
Reefer.
Okay.
Yeah, I work for a company that has long-term contracts for decades. I don't know, like 3 or 4 decades, and it's steady all the time. That's why I like this because it's during COVID. I didn't miss a day. I actually worked more because everybody,
That's
I guess,
awesome.
was
Yeah,
sitting
I
home
work
eating. I
for
don't
too.
know.
Well, during COVID, I'd
So
get to a warehouse, I'd call them up, and they'd say they had room, but you'd show up, and they had no room for any of the product. So, I mean,
Barry Henderson said that butt re, that that butt to seat relationship. Yeah, we got that. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, because if you don't,
I'll
man,
tell you
I
what.
didn't mean
I
to
wish my
interrupt you guys.
Freightliner was more comfortable. I wish my Freightliner drove more comfortable. Like I drove a Volvo in school, and it was like sweet. It was so smooth, and then I noticed the difference with the Freightliner. But I'll tell you, my Freightliner is a work truck. I will give it that. It might not be the most comfortable, but she loves to
do you
work.
have a
Shannon,
do you have a purple seat cushion?
I mean, today's
You know,
trucks is just like driving a car, basically. I mean,
yeah.
me and my ex-wife, we teamed in a single sleeper, day sleeper, right? Pulling wiggle wagons for Watkins Motor Lines. I think they're still down in Florida. They got 1 or 2 trucks left, but completely across the country like that. I
You
mean,
know
didn't
something?
have airbags, didn't have airbags on the suspension, so these things here, good gracious, man, this is just like a rocket chair.
You know
Right?
something? Way back a few years ago, I never used to see drivers wear flip-flops until the automatics came in. Since automatics have come in, I see a lot of people driving with flip-flops.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well,
I guess
I mean, I think trucks are great because, I mean, cruise control used to be a stick on the throttle and in between the throttle and the seat.
you
That was our cruise control.
I remember
I mean,
getting a 2x4 holding it. And I would drive with my arm, the board would be here because my leg would just get so tired of that pressing the accelerator. So that was my cruise control. It'd be my arm.
Uh-huh.
yeah. Well,
I'm
I mean,
sorry.
so so I don't think this is a tough market.
I can
Bill
make fun
Burner
of.
says,
I would never say that back then.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
didn't even have an air seat. Yeah, I know. I
you
think
Bill
didn't
Burner
know
says
that
the
it was
first
tough.
truck I ever drove didn't have an air seat. You were a kidney belt.
Well, you'd wear a kidney belt if you just had spring suspension instead of air ride suspension. I mean, that air ride suspension, man, just that's you can hit a bump and not even realize it. At least I think.
Here's my Freightliner question I meant to ask earlier. I was trying to get through, but I was trying to get through comments. Now, okay, is it bad to start the truck when you got it plugged in?
I don't know. Up in Minnesota, I
Um,
never plugged it in. I just turned off the
it wouldn't make a
batteries.
difference.
No,
It
it
wouldn't make a
doesn't make
difference.
any difference. You don't want to keep it running. You obviously want to disconnect it, but it doesn't do anything. It's just a heater. That's
Yeah,
what it is, the plug.
just like plugging in your car.
Yeah.
There's like a
Yeah.
little
Okay.
probe that goes into your oil pan that kind of warms up the oil. That's all that does,
Yeah.
I think.
Well, so then I got the power plug in too. That gives me the electricity, or gives me the power and the electricity in the truck right now. But I got to keep starting the truck to warm it up, and so I just didn't know if that was a bad thing or not.
Make sure you use some of that anti-gel on your tanks, Shannon.
I put it in yesterday when I knew I was coming up to Minnesota. Because I know Minnesota's like always cold, and I knew we were about to hit winter. I didn't know I was going to come into the first snowstorm, but yeah, I was thinking about that, and I went ahead and when I filled up in Wisconsin before I was headed this way, I put the anti-gel in both tanks.
Well, I've
Did
never
you see?
I've only used the anti-gel once, and that was up in International Falls, Minnesota. But my
Did you see
death
DIY
has left
videos
me
on
stranded.
anti-gel?
What'd you say, Bill?
Did you see DIY's video on anti-gel comparison?
Yeah, I am a big fan of that Fuel Ox. I'm a big fan. I used it last year and it was amazing. Like, I'm gonna get some more this year, but I'll tell you a trick. When you buy it at the Black Friday sale on the Fuel Ox website, they do a discount of 40% off, and so I loaded it up.
Nice. Yeah, I got the lubrication stuff in my engine oil, and the engine runs smoother now.
I know, it's fantastic, and also when you use the fuel catalyst, you'll notice that you will use less DEF. I
James,
did.
Yeah.
have a Cummins?
No.
It sounded like a Cummins.
Yeah. I'm not saying what kind of engine I got in there. Because I love the 3406B engine.
Okay.
But when Cat stopped making truck engines, I didn't care what they put in. They could put in a Series 60, a Cummins. I don't care because they all sucked.
Yeah. I was just reading that Wilburn got it in detail. Usually when I have it plugged in, I'll start the truck, and then first thing I'm going to do is unplug it. But you can do that, and it's not going to damage. But Will Burner says it in more detail, and he's way smarter than I am.
All right. Well, I
Because,
just screwed it up because I've started my truck twice while I still got it plugged in, so I won't do that no more.
Yeah, because it probably sending too much power to all the.
Okay.
You're sending too many amps of. I don't know what your battery gauge read when you started it.
how's your tooth, Brian? How's your tooth? You said you went to the dentist.
It
You had
says
like
it's
coming out.
my battery meter says full on it now that it started twice. So apparently it's fully charged,
Yeah,
plugged in. So I won't start the truck anymore.
because if you let it, if you were to let it run for a long time and having, the 120 coming in, and then your DC lights, I don't know if they've got them separated. Well, no, they must have them together. But you'd probably not hurt the electronics in it, but you'd hurt the batteries. The batteries would be overcharging, and overcharging is just as bad as undercharged.
Okay. I won't do it no more then because it says it's full, and so I better not do that no more.
Well, I'd say turn on your bunk heater. You wouldn't have to start your truck, but
No, I just got new batteries, so I want to keep them new.
Yeah, me too. I got a whole new set of new batteries, so that's why I want to know that.
You
get a battery
look in your
switch.
owner's manual.
Yeah,
The
because I got my
engineers
light on.
probably
Usually
anticipated
when
that.
I'm not online or nothing, I use my my little lights that run without any battery power from the truck. But I'm not using those because then it'd be like in the dark, you wouldn't see me. But I have this light going on, so
Yeah, wheel burner's right. You'd probably burn out that power inverter first before it damaged your batteries. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I
And
won't do it.
Check your owner's manual.
I did. Okay. Yeah, I need to look it up because I know.
I
Go ahead.
dentist on Friday. Good luck with that, buddy. Good luck. I
What'd
hate
you
the
say, bro?
dentist.
I'd imagine the engineers would have taken that into consideration, and they're not going to allow the system to overcharge. But just to be sure, check the owner's manual.
Yeah, I know this
See what it
particular
says.
model year. Like they really worked out a lot of kinks from the previous Freightliners. This is a pretty awesome truck. Like everything works so good together, but I know it's never perfect, but I mean, I just love the way it works. Like everything just works together, and there's not really a whole lot of hiccups between systems. I've noticed. I'm really liking it.
Shannon, is Q Carriers still doing a lease purchase program? I know that back in the 90s they started that.
Who?
Q Carriers, they're out of Shakopee, Minnesota.
Oh, I don't know about them. I never heard of them.
Oh, well, yeah, he's a small guy, and mainly he runs Minnesota down to North Carolina, down south, and then gets it straight back. He carries a lot of his own contract freight. So that's
Yeah,
cool.
I ain't running down there, brother. I'm not doing that route. I'm staying up
Well,
there.
yeah, they're reefer, so you just haul chickens back. So.
What's on North Carolina?
Huh?
No, I was talking to Shannon.
Oh.
What'd you say?
I said, what's wrong with North Carolina?
too mountainous for me.
Or the
I'm
west
staying
side.
out of them. Mr. Red Lady has arrived in the
Sterling.
room. Yeah, he's waking up starting from the beginning.
He's our DJ. Oons, 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 oons.
Yeah, Sterling did a pretty awesome, like, I forget the term that he used for the type of
Mix
DJ he
master.
was. Oser DM says, Shannon, you need to run your bunk heater for about 20 to 30 minutes at least once a month. Yep, IH guy said that too, Oser. Even in the summer when they fix it. Got to cycle fuel through it routinely. Yeah. No, thank you, Oser. IH guy was telling me that earlier too, and I was telling it in the thing. So, what happened to everybody?
I don't know. I hit a button.
I did the same thing. Or was a
Same with
habit.
your AC. When you put your defroster on in the winter, it kicks your AC on, so at least it gets a little bit of a workout. The seals stay lubricated a little bit, and so. But yeah, in the summertime, it's good to run your bunk heater here and there, just to keep everything kind of working. There's probably some kind of maintenance on it too, but I heard somebody using S-bar heaters, and they had real good luck with that. I don't know anything about those. I just use a minus 20-degree sleeping bag.
Over there, Bill, what's going on?
Actually, I had to use. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just saying, bunk heater, awesome.
I have a bunk heater, but one time I couldn't figure out what was wrong with it. I had to use a sleeping bag. Ugh, that was the worst.
Yeah, go to Cabela's or Bass Pro Shop. Get yourself a minus 20-degree or minus 10, whatever they got, sleeping bag, and that might save your ass. That's just a basic winter tip. Get a shovel, get a couple bags of salt, throw them in a plastic tote. Things like little stuff like that. There's a few other things. To kind of prep yourself for winter. Have some food in the truck with you and drinks.
Well, what's the temperature that DEF freezes at? Does anybody know? It's got a lower or a higher, depending on how you look at it, a higher than your
freezing point.
Right. Because mine froze up at minus 12. My DEF did.
What can you put in it to defrost it? Heat or alcohol or what?
Nothing, as far as I know. Does anybody know? Because, I mean, it was pretty miserable sitting out there in minus 12 and the truck wouldn't run.
Oh, I can imagine.
But that was good running across South Dakota. Ooh. But yeah, if anybody knows, I mean, I'm not worried about gel because, well, diesel, I know what the freeze point is, but the DEF is, I don't know what you can do with that. If anybody can tell me, I would be more than happy to listen to that.
That'd be a DIY question.
I'm going to Google it.
Okay.
DIY probably already has a video out on it, knowing him.
Probably.
Yeah, because, I mean, I've got covered tanks and everything else. That usually keeps up down the wind chill on them, but on the DEF, I don't know what they got. They got a thicker. Well, I noticed that they've got might have some insulation around it, but
yeah, they got to have something. Otherwise, you'd have thousands of stuck trucks up there.
Okay,
well, yeah.
Guys, this is what Google says. The typical diesel exhaust fluid freezing point is 12 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 11 degrees Celsius. This is lower than the freezing point of water because of the area in the fluid. Unlike certain mixtures and solutions, the water in DEF doesn't separate as it freezes. That's interesting. So in that case, because I know I've been up in Minnesota when it's been colder than that, and Michigan.
Right.
So how do we keep our DEF from freezing?
Right, because what's the freezing point on your diesel, on number 2 diesel? Do you run number 1 or number 2 in the winter? I run number. Go ahead.
I run number 2 because that's what we get the discount on. So.
Well, that wholesale DM, yeah, it won't. You can't run it. It won't. It derates itself, and to where the point where it won't even start. I had to be towed in and then put into a warm building, and 30 minutes later, it just fired right back up like nothing was wrong. But that was sitting all night too at one of the truck stops up there.
So what Shannon just said about the water being suspended in the mixture of DEF, and they're testing this in a controlled environment, and the DEF is probably sitting motionless on a shelf or something. And if you're idling and you've got that little bit of movement, it probably is going to lower that a little bit from 12 degrees, maybe down to 5. You know, you have a little bit lower freezing point. But you would need something even more than that if you're going into, minus something frozen tundra in North Dakota in a dead winter. So, are there any additives?
Yeah,
I haven't heard, but yeah. So O's are saying there's 2 heater pumps in the DEF tank. If it freezes, it will defrost within 30. So you got to run your truck 30 minutes. He's saying.
Well, that must be something new. I'll have to take a look at it because I was curious. I mean, well, if they've got heater there, then they should have a heater also in your fuel tank too.
No, that would cause a fire, wouldn't it? Or something.
No.
But that's why we have an additive. We have an anti-gel to put in there because there is no heater in it.
Yeah.
Well, what about draining your fuel water separator?
If it's not full, it's probably not going to do much.
Well, I mean, and then, it's just like you have to drain your air tanks too when it sits.
Yeah, the water that was in that fuel water separator, that would freeze, but I think if it gets down about 13 degrees, just run your truck through the winter. Overnight if you have to, because if you have a built-in heater, it's going to keep that DEF from freezing, I guess, to a certain point. But that's another unknown. How good is the heater?
Well, yeah, because the whole purpose of even having like bunk heaters before they go bad, right, Shannon? Is for you don't have to be burning. If you're not going to be idling your truck, say in Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, Dakotas, Minnesota, wherever, where temperatures normally go down below, freezing. The whole reason to have these bunk heaters is not to run the engine. And so what happens then with the DEF? I mean, I've heard a couple of you saying that they have 2 heaters in there, but it kind of defeats the purpose of both of.
Right. So what I would say on that, I see what you're saying. What I would say on that is that when you start up your truck in the morning, right? If it's sat all night, you're going to run it for about 30 minutes, I would think. So then your DEF is going to heat up. So if you know you got to run it for 30 minutes to heat up your DEF, then I guess that's what you do.
Does it heat up? I mean, at the same rate as, say, your diesel. It's something that I need to look into a little bit more.
If the DEF is frozen, will the truck even start in idle for the 30 minutes?
No, well, what happened with me, I was at the truck stop idling it all night long, right? And then in the morning, I got up and ran, and it ran for about 5 miles, and then it derated, and then just shut off, and I couldn't keep it running. I couldn't even,
So if yours
I barely got off the highway. What's that?
If yours had a heater in it, it wasn't working, I guess.
Well, I've never seen any wires going to the other than the gauge. wiring. I've never actually seen it, like a heater wire to it. I'll have to take a look at that. But I mean, regardless, I still want to know if there is an additive that you can put in there that will keep it from
Lower the
freezing up.
freezing point. Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
Shannon,
because
it's not going to hurt to idle your truck for a couple nights to get that bug heater fixed. I wouldn't even worry about it. If you got to idle it for a week, it's no big deal.
what does it burn per hour? About 8.8 per gallon.
No, it burns like 5. Let's see.
5 gallons an hour?
No. I went through over a whole night with my truck constantly starting. I burned like $30 or $35 in fuel.
Well, yeah, I mean, but as far as because this truck here tells me when I'm idling how much fuel I'm burning.
Okay.
Give me your Venmo, Shannon, and I'll buy the idle fuel. How's that?
I
Should
love
be
it.
sitting there cold, freezing.
I'm not my big. I mean, because I have opti idle, right? So it idles high, so it doesn't burn that much fuel. But so I'm just trying not to, right? Just to save the diesel, of course. But my biggest concern at this point is, can I keep the power plugged in, and then let the truck start and warm me up? You know, and wheel burner is saying no way.
It wouldn't matter, because if you're starting it, it's going to warm itself up. You know, if you're starting it once an hour or once every 2 hours, you don't need that block heater if you're starting it like that all night.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Right now I have both of them plugged in. I have the electrical plugged in for the electricity in the truck, and then I have also the block heater plugged in outside. And so wheel burner's got the.
Yeah, he says that all of them are required. Okay.
Wheel burner says all trucks now have DEF heaters in the tank. Your truck can run up to 20 minutes without DEF, but if your heater is working, it's well thought out. You're DEF within 15 minutes. So stop worrying. Okay.
Well, I don't know. I've been set down in a 2020 truck in minus 12 degrees in South Dakota, and I don't want to ever do that again.
Yeah, Oster says they're all supposed to come with heaters. You can't put additives in the DEF unless you want problems with the after treatment.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but
you got to go to Walmart, right? Go to the hunting section. There's this product called Hot Hands. Get yourselves a pair of gloves. Put the Hot Hand product in the gloves, and then tape the gloves to the DEF tank.
Wow.
Unfortunately, up in South Dakota, they didn't have any Walmarts around.
Okay, IH guy says the DEF tank is heated by engine coolant. There is coolant lines going to the DEF sensor or the DEF level sensor. Okay.
I'll have to check that out because I hate DEF, but.
Wheel burner's got the same truck that I do. He says at 600 RPM idle, my truck burns 0.8 gallons per hour.
Right, that's what mine burns.
That's what I'm saying. I think that's what I'm burning too, obviously, because it's the same truck. But yeah, so all night long, you know, I'm going through $35, $50, whatever. It's like ouch, you know.
And
he
that
says
high idle is good. It keeps.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No. Go
ahead. The upper part of the engine lubricated on the high idle. So it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but 2020 wasn't that long ago. That's when I mean they're still out there. So that's Ulcer DM.
Yeah, I know. I know it's a no-no, but I'm like, it's a little bit of extra heat. So it's safe. It's in a safe place. I'm not moving the truck. So I'm just risking it right now, but I'm trying to, it's just one candle. Like, and it's lavender. It makes it smell nice in here.
At least you're not having to start a fire underneath your oil pan.
Yeah, yeah.
Does Sterling
Yeah.
have his pants on?
You know what? I didn't state the rule. I usually do in my lives. It's okay if you don't wear pants in this live. Okay, just don't not just don't put it on camera. Keep it below the camera. But yeah, that's permitted. Bottomless this is like a bottomless chat. It's okay. IH guy says 600 RPM for 10 hours will kill your one box. In time, idle kills them. Yeah, I know. That's the other thing. I don't like to idle the truck because people say that, right? So, but man, I'm in a spot right now because it's like this is how important your bunk heater is, guys. Take care of your bunk heaters. Do the maintenance. Sterling says the inverter will protect itself. I've never seen an issue with the truck running and shore power together causing a problem. Okay. Yeah, that was the question.
Yeah, I think the engineers have that figured out. They know that's.
I got a question.
What's your
Now,
question?
my bunk heater, is it supposed to blow out a lot of white smoke, or is that okay? Or
Yes, it's burning off the carbon from the God, what's it called? I forgot.
From the screen?
The screen, yeah. It cleans itself like that. So the white smoke is good because you're burning off that carbon from the screen.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense because if I equate it to an engine and you're blowing white smoke, you're going too much fuel. So that would be
isn't that blow by?
What's that?
Wouldn't that be blow by?
Yeah, it probably does. I don't know because this is all new to me. This is all totally new to me.
The bunk heater is a separate system. It's a
yeah.
Oser says limited idle is fine, Shannon. Do not idle at 600 RPM. Bump up to 1,000. Yeah, so my truck, when it goes into opti idle mode, burns, or it goes up to like 900 RPM. That's
good.
Yeah, it's designed to do that. That's what the opti idle feature is. It kicks up that. So it's regular idle's like 5, I think, and so when the opti idle,
you don't use that.
When you turn it on, that's what it's supposed to do. So, Oster says repeated idle day after day is what kills the motor. Yeah, and so for the last few days, Oster, that's, I've been having to do that. But I do put it on opti idle. I don't just start the truck and let it run. Like, I put it in the opti idle feature because that's what it's for. And so at least I'm doing it like that. And then that gives me heat. But yeah, so look at, this is the cost. This is what I was talking about. Wheelburner says if I idle for 10 hours, it costs me approximately $40. That's what I'm talking about. I've noticed that, like, literally. So, can somebody get rid of that 69mega.com in the chat, please? One of my moderators. Barry Harberson says idle the truck all night and then run 85 for 30 miles or so. That will blow out the soot in the one box. Yeah, if I could go 85, I'm governed at 65. So, yeah.
Leave it in it.
Oh, Sterling asked the question. It only does that when it starts up.
The glow plug, that's the term I was trying to figure out. But yeah, so it'll do a burn to clean off the screen, so it keeps the glow plug clean. That's what my mechanic told me. more than just startup indicate. Yeah, because it's only supposed to do it at the beginning, right? So when you start up your bunk heater, it will do that burn to clean it, and that's when it usually comes out. But if it keeps coming out, like if you keep having that problem, then I would look further into it. Poster says $40 to sleep and rest well versus 1,000 or more lost revenue when you sleep like crap and no heat. But you know what?
Yeah.
Oh, sir, I got this awesome electric blanket. And so at night, like I'll leave the truck off and I sleep okay. Because my electric blanket keeps me warm, but it's like, it's getting up, right? When you get out of bed. It's like, woo, I got to turn on the heat.
Here's what you do. You start the truck up and you get right back onto the electric blanket real fast.
That's what I've been doing until it warms up. Because I don't like being cold anyways. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I'll get up, I'll start the truck, and I'll jump right back into bed underneath the blanket, and I'll wait a little while. But yeah, my rest is very important. Like I've been running real hard for the last couple of weeks. So and running split brakes, right? Split brakes kick your butt, and so I've had to struggle through that. But normally when I'm on my normal schedule, like I'm sleeping 6 to 8 hours every night, and that's plenty for me. And then when I'm on my 34, I sleep as long as my body will let me. But usually I have this thing at 4:00 in the morning every single day. I have to get up and go to the bathroom. So it wakes me up. And so 9 times out of 10, once I get up and do that routine, I'm up. Like I can't go back to sleep. Like even if I crawl back under the covers, like I don't fall back asleep. Like that's my get up, get ready for work time. So I'm up in the wee hours like that. But it's like when I try to sleep beyond that, if I have the time, I still get up. Like I have to go to the bathroom the same time every day. Like it's between 4 a.m. and 4:30.
Yeah, you get into that schedule because there's nowhere to park if you run your clock out later than that, and you try to
Yeah.
so you have to get up in the wee hours of the morning because it makes sense logistically to look for a parking spot at 3 or 4 in the afternoon versus 7 or 8 at night.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of like I've been working on that schedule pretty much the whole time that I've been driving, except for I used to drive at night when I was teaming. When we first started, like I was teaming, and so I would take the night shift, and so I like driving at night. But ever since I've got on my own, that I try to keep that schedule because I want to be done. I want to go someplace. I want to park easy. Like I don't want to worry about all that stuff. And so the earlier I get started, I do. IH guy says, but when your one box is plugged, it and can't be regened anymore, you're looking at 8K. So to replace it, so don't idle. Oster says white smoke at startup is fine. Turn the heater off and let it do a cool down for like 10 minutes. Don't use the key to start the truck if that shuts off the bunk heater. Yeah, mine does that.
Oh, mine doesn't do that.
Yeah, mine when I start the truck like for the day or whatever, like my bunk heater will shut off. Oster says one box is 15K now, IH guy. I don't even want to look. I don't even want to think about that problem, right? I'm praying to God every day I don't have that problem.
If running fast cleans out your one box, it's not the road speed, it's the engine RPMs that's doing it. So if that actually works, I don't know if it works, but you could just maybe shift down to a lower gear, run 55, but your RPMs are cranked up a little higher. Stay at a safe RPM. But if that higher RPM will blow out the carbon in your one box or whatever's in there, then that'd be the way to do it if you're topped out at 65.
Let me ask you guys this. Is there this might be a dumb question, but so let's talk about maintenance about that. Okay. Let's talk about that. So I understand that you can change the filters before you ever have that big bad problem, right? But they're like $2,500 or something like that. Is that right?
I've heard more, but yeah.
Oh,
How about you,
Wilburn
Jerome?
wants
Do
to.
you have maintenance tips?
What's that?
Are you
Oh,
talking
you talking
about
about
on
the
the depth filter? Are you talking about the depth filters?
Bill, what did you say?
I think they were. I think they were talking about the one box, but I wanted to see if Jerome had any insight on depth
Oh no, I don't
response.
know anything about that.
Not
Uh,
yet. I
I
would.
I would my first stop if I had a truck. If I had a truck that had all it,
Yes.
Oh, no,
Bing.
we lost you. You're breaking up. I think Bill's going through a bad area. Oster says if you don't let that heater cool down, he's talking about the bunk heater, the carbon will jack up the glow plugs. The cool down helps to keep it clean. Okay.
Okay.
So you want to shut it off before you start the truck. Is that what you're saying? Let me go back, see if he elaborated on it earlier. Let's see. Right here. He's talking about this. White smoke at startup is fine. Turn the heater off and let it do a cool down for like 10 minutes. Okay, don't use the key to start the truck if that shuts off the bunk heater. Okay, so he's saying shut your heater off about 10 minutes before you get started for the day. Okay, that's good to know because I don't ever do that. I reach back there. Sometimes I forget to shut it off and I start up the truck. But a lot of times I'll just pop it off and then jump in the driver's seat and start my truck. Oster says about the one box stuff. Do not have the filters baked, just replace them outright. You can replace them anytime. 2 large round cylinders. Spectre can help you out with a place to get those filters. Okay. So what, Oster, what's the recommended, like, because my truck, I wouldn't bet that these have been replaced yet. And I'm at 517,000 miles right now. So what's recommended? Just because I want to avoid any of those bigger issues later, right? I'd rather do the maintenance when it's supposed to be done. And so if these filters need to be replaced, I need to understand that because I don't know I don't know what that maintenance schedule is. IH guy says Oster Cummins and Max Force can be baked. DD15 is 1 box. Okay. I have a DD13, a Detroit 13. Oster says, shut the heater off with the switch and let it cool down till it turns off. And then start truck when it's completely done. Not running anymore. Okay. Thank you, Oster, for that. That's the detail right there. Okay. So I got to be a little more proactive and planned in the morning. I can't just jump up and flick all my switches and go. Oster says you could bake the Freightliner ones, but it's not worth it in the long run. Yeah, that's what I heard, Oster. That's why I want to know, like, when you should replace them, because I'm on getting in the higher mileage of my truck, so I really want to. Oh, I'm sorry, wheel burners. Sorry, wheel burner. Oh my gosh,
I'm just sitting back here having a party all by myself, you know.
Hi, Wheelburner.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I was so into that, like what they was telling me. I was like reading.
No, it's okay, but listen, on your Freightliner, because yours is only a year older than mine. You got a 19 and I've got a 20. So realistically, Shannon, they're pretty much both the same.
Okay.
You can, on these 1 boxes, you can get them baked. I have had mine done already, baked. Okay. I got when I bought the truck, it had 270 or 280,000 miles on it. And part of the stipulation when I bought it was, you're gonna the guy I was buying it off of, you buy, you pay. I want this done because I don't know when it was done. I don't know the maintenance, so I don't want to have to inherit that that headache. So it got done. It was $950 Canadian, so whatever the conversion is on that on American. And then it's recommended on our trucks that it gets done before it gets to like the baked. You can clean the filters by about 350 to 400,000. But once you're over 500 to 500 to 550, and I think it's in your maintenance schedule in your manual, then you're probably looking at replacing them. And to replace them is not as expensive as it used to be. So you can replace your DPF filters now. I think for mine it's about 11 or 1,200 bucks to replace the filter.
That's not bad considering the protection it's going to give you, right?
No, it's not. It's not. And it to me, that's money well worth spending.
Yeah,
right?
because I can't if a catastrophic thing like that, I'm not going to speak it, but you know what I'm talking about, would happen to me right now.
Yeah.
It'd be over. It'd be all over.
Now,
I'm more than happy to spend $1,200 to avoid it.
Now let me ask you, on your bunk heater, does your heater only have does your truck only come equipped with the heater that heats just your truck, or do you have the engine heater as well?
I mean, I have, well, like, okay, when I start it up in the morning and I turn the key, then the little engine comes on. That's warming the engine before it starts. Is that what you mean?
No, I mean, like, okay, when you run your bunk heater, let's say you go to bed tonight and your bunk heater's working, right?
Yeah.
And then you go to bed, you got your bunk heater on, and you're back there all night, cozy, sleeping. And then let's say you don't use your Opti idle, because I can get about 10 or 11 hours out of mine before my Opti idle kicks on to recharge my batteries. Right? So
Okay.
if I wake up tomorrow morning and I ran my bunk heater all night, I turn my key forward, right, to cycle my engine. I haven't started the engine, but if I look at my temperature gauge, it's already at 150 degrees. It heats my coolant while I'm sleeping. It keeps my coolant warm.
Mine doesn't. No, I don't have that feature. No.
So then when I start my truck, it's the same as you. It shuts my bunk heater off right away, but I'm blowing warm air immediately. Like my vents, I got warm air because my engine's already warm. Yours doesn't do that?
No, my temperature gauge on my engine's all the way down when I get up in the morning and
Okay.
turn. So I wouldn't say that it does that.
I would have thought that when Dart spec'd that truck, that would be one of the options that they would put on it, because it lengthens the life of the engine, right? Because your engine's not going through a cold start in the morning, right? It's already warm. The oil's warm, or the coolant's warm. The engine's warm already. So you don't have as many cold starts in the wintertime when you've already got a warm engine.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. But I think that they didn't go with all the bells and whistles that they could have gotten. These are lease trucks, so.
Yeah, I understand.
If they would make more money off of maybe recycling the truck, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Sometimes you wonder if they want it. They want stuff to go bad, or they expect you not to take care of it enough to make it last, so that they'll get the truck back and then they'll release it again. Sometimes that
don't kid yourself. The manufacturers of these trucks, they know that everything on here has a shelf life, and it's not like, for example, I think there's somebody here who's got like an old Cat engine or something. An old 3406 engine, you could turn that thing on in 1985 and you wouldn't have to turn it off until 2010. That engine can run steady as long as you keep adding fuel and oil to it, right?
Yeah.
Because they were just built that way. Our engines now are not built this way. Like these things after you get up around 700,000-800,000, you're rebuilding them. Like
Right.
I didn't have to rebuild a 60 series Detroit till it broke 1,000,000 miles. Right.
Planned
Same with
obsolescence.
my cat. I had a C12 cat or a C12 cat back years and years and years ago, and that thing ran 1.2 million miles before I ever had a problem with it. Anything, you know.
Wow.
Nowadays, you know, you and I could go into the Freightliner dealership tomorrow, both of us buy brand new 2023 trucks, and I guarantee you, before 100,000 miles, we're going to see that check engine light and the Christmas tree, the dash light up like a Christmas tree, probably a dozen times before it hits 100,000 miles.
Yeah. I'm trying to preventative maintenance everything, right? So I don't have anything dastardly happen.
No, you're doing the right thing. You know, it's painful for you now because it seems in your case where you're taking it all at once, right? The average guy like me or the average guy out here, all of the shit that you've gone through, sorry, my mouth, but all of this crap that you've gone through, most of the time that's spread out throughout a year or over a longer period of time. You're taking it 1 week after another week after another week. It's like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
What's happening to you is not the norm. It's not, Shannon. It's not the normal cycle of the way, you know, trucks go. Unfortunately.
Well, that's good news to me, because now that I got over that hard punch, right? That period of time, right? We're on the other side of that, and now, I mean, this little thing is just maintenance to the bunk heater. So I'm okay with that because I'm getting it fixed on my 34, and I've survived the last couple of days. You know, I worked through it. It was something I could work through. It didn't have to be locked up in the shop or whatever. I just had to make the time. And so I waited until I got my 34, and I made it here to the shop. Worked out great. My load dropped off 10 miles away from here. Everything just kind of, you know, so this is okay because it's not causing me downtime. But yeah, all that other stuff that just happened. And then what really pisses me off is to find out that it was because somebody put my brake spring on wrong backwards. Like, oh my gosh.
That's
you know
crazy.
what I mean? But all the maintenance, you know, the tires, the shocks, the brakes, like all the stuff that I got done on the interim, yeah, I took it all at once. And I'm proud to say today that I am not in the hole with DART or the truck payment or nothing. I've recovered, like I totally caught that all back up.
Yeah.
And with the rates being like they are and what's going on and all that, like, so that's a success to me. And now I'm just hoping that moving forward, we're going to make it hopefully the whole next year, you know, before I got to cough up, you know, a couple thousand for something else, you know. But I do want to replace those filters just for my own peace of mind, knowing that I just replaced them. So we're good.
Well, if you don't replace, you may not have to replace them. You could take them in and just have them cleaned. The company that just, like most companies that do the cleaning also sell them. Now, if you take them in and tell them you want to clean them, but if you say to them, do you think I should have them cleaned or should I just replace them? They're going to want to sell you new ones. They're just going to say, oh, no, you better replace them. You need to replace them. But if you've only got, what do you got? You said 417,000 or something on your truck?
I'm at 5. I've got it at 417. Now I've ran it a year and I'm at 517.
Yeah, you probably good just to get them clean, Shannon.
Okay.
If you're going to sleep better at night by replacing them, then replace them, right? It's entirely up to you.
Yeah, what I need to learn though is the maintenance schedule for that thing, right? So if they say you should replace these at 500,000 miles, then I'm gonna say, okay, well then now is the time. Like that's my next project, right? To save the money for, so we can get those replaced. But if they say, oh no, you shouldn't have to replace them till like 800,000 miles, I'm like, okay, well I'm good for a little while, you know. But I'm gonna still plan on getting it done, probably at 700,000 miles.
I'm pretty sure. Like I've got all of the manuals for my truck, and I'm pretty sure at one point or another I was going through one of them and it showed the schedule. Now Shannon, I don't remember what it said. But I know it's in my, I'm pretty sure it's in my manuals, my operator's manuals and my operating manuals for the maintenance schedule on that. So if you've got those manuals, it's probably, it definitely in there. I'm not saying probably, it's definitely in there. The schedule
Yeah.
for that.
Yeah, I wanna
Hey,
research that because I want to like as I'm going through all this, I'm learning all the things that need to be maintained and when, right? So that
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep good maintenance schedules on everything, And
Yeah.
so I did
Hey,
the overhead.
Shannon.
Yeah,
Sorry. Are you going to talk to your good mechanic tomorrow?
I hope so.
Ask him about the 3-box change. Ask him about extended life coolant, the front hub oil, all of these things that possible. Have him go through the truck with a fine-tooth comb, and you don't have to do it all right now today or tomorrow, but
No, but I can make
spread
a
that
plan.
maintenance over the next month or two. Yeah.
That's a
You
good
should
idea.
well, you should text me that list of all those things you just said so I don't forget what to ask him about.
Well, he'll know. He should know.
On these lease trucks that Dart has or something like that, don't they keep maintenance records? Aren't they required to keep maintenance records?
God, yes. Yes, but the
They
thing is
should be able to download it.
okay, so when I got the truck, I said, I want all the maintenance records for this truck. It's only had 2 other owners before me, okay? So, and it was purchased brand new. It was brought to Dart brand spanking new. So I met the guy that went and actually picked it up and brought it here. So, so it only had 2 drivers, which I'm really happy about that. But so I wanted all the maintenance records. Well, so it was a lot of like him hawing and da da da, and we can't print them out because I don't have a printer back here and yada yada. So then when I talked to my highway sales representative, she told me, she said, well, we can pull the maintenance records. She goes, however, everything's not going to be on there because when someone leases the truck, they go have things done to it and don't report it, right? Which is that's valid because I do things to the truck and I don't necessarily call in and say, hey, I got this done to the truck. Like I just keep it for myself. So,
your lease doesn't require you to submit maintenance to Dart. I mean, I've known some.
You don't require it, but if you're trying to be upfront about giving them for the record, then it's a good idea. Like, hey, I got an extra PM done today or whatever, and then call them and tell them that. But there's no guarantees that the previous leasers did that, right? So she's telling me, well, we can give you what we got, but it's may not be everything because somebody might have got something done, right, and not told us. So, however, regardless, because it was such a pain in the butt to try to get those records printed out or given to me or whatever, I got the overhead cam adjustment when like 2 months after I got the truck. That was for my peace of mind that I know when I did it, right? I know the last time I did it. So then I kind of can go from there. Whether it was early or whether it was late, I know that I got it done so I can be sure, because that's important to me. That overhead cam adjustment, like the engine runs so much smoother when you get that done, right? And then they explained to me what that does for the motor and stuff like that, and that's if I want longevity out of the motor, I want to keep that done because it goes through so much wear and tear pulling and stuff. So I know about that, and I'll get that done every 500,000 miles,
Yeah, but I mean, you're starting the. I'm surprised that you didn't get the maintenance record, even whatever Dart required or whatever, because I mean that just gives you, because eventually you're going to sell the truck, right?
Well, that's why I was trying to be adamant about it when I got the truck, because I wanted to really know what I signed, what I got, what I'm getting, right?
Right, right. But then it will give you more negotiating power as far as the resale value of it. If you don't got any records, why would somebody want to pay top dollar for that? But if you've got all the records and show you this is what it is.
Exactly. And
You
so
you're in a
I
negotiating.
have all my records of everything that's been done to this truck since I've gotten it, but I still have to go back and keep asking for them to give me something printed
Yeah,
out.
because I
Shannon,
mean,
go into Freight. Shannon, go into Freightliner. Find out
yeah,
where Dart bought the trucks from. If you're sitting at their head office right now or their main terminal,
Yeah.
there's probably a Freightliner dealership local in that area where
yeah, just
where they go in and they do all of their purchasing from, and go in and just walk in and give them your VIN number, and that
yeah,
way they'll be able that
well,
dealership there will be able to tell you any
10 minutes.
warranty work that's been done to it, any other work that's been done to it, anything that, because they would be the shop that Dart would have been sending it to when they first bought the truck if it was warranted or anything like that.
Yeah,
Chances are
exactly.
chances are that Freightliner dealership will have the information. I did it with mine. Now, mind you, there wasn't a whole lot, but they gave me everything that they had for every time that truck had come in. This truck had come into the shop, and at
Yeah,
least I had it on hand.
yeah. I mean, that puts you in a better resale area if you've got
Yeah,
if you can
and
show
and I know it's not like Dart doesn't have it, right? It's just
right. Why don't they
sometimes
want to give it?
around here you have to really, really push to get something like that. Because they don't offer you up stuff. You have to dig. You have to get it. You have to be persistent. You have to ask for it. Like, you know what I
Yeah, all
mean? And
carriers are
it's
like
one
that.
of those situations.
Yeah, yeah. That just doesn't sound normal. I mean, I can give you.
Yeah, it's not great. They're not perfect.
Well,
I'm
yeah, but
not, but
it,
I can get it. Like, I have no doubt that I can get it because I will. They know me by now. Like, they know I'm not going. If I want something, I will keep coming back every week and asking for it again until I get it. So it's just something that I gave up at first because I was trying to get in my truck and I had all these changes happen and I had to get settled and all that stuff. So I was like, I'll get to it later. You know what I mean? But that being said, from there, I took the condition of the truck on myself. I made sure I got a PM. I got a brand new DOT inspection. I got the overhead cam inspection. I took it to the dealership at the Freightliner in Maryland, and I had them go through the entire truck. I've had this entire truck gone through like several times, just in case somebody else caught something that they missed before or whatever. So and especially since just recently when I did a video and was telling you guys like my Dart mechanic there at the Bolingbrook, Illinois place was so thorough. He went through well, of course we were looking for a problem too, but he went through the entire truck head to toe again, you know. And at when I was in Evansville when the truck got hung up for 3 weeks, I had them go through every head to toe freaking everything in the truck because I was looking for anything that each one of them, if they were going to find something. I had everybody do that anytime I've had this truck in a dealership. I'm like, please go through every system, the suspension, like all that stuff. And they have. And so every single time I get a great report. So you know what I mean? Like, I'm feeling pretty good about the truck and it looks fantastic and it looks clean and it stays clean. I got no leaks
do
and
Yeah.
you do oil samples?
I haven't done that. No, I haven't done that thing.
Start
No,
doing them,
I
Shannon.
haven't.
You're at the point now at 500,000.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Start doing you don't have to do it every oil change, right? You don't have to do it at every PM, but I would suggest you do it at least twice a year.
yeah. Oh
Okay,
yeah,
so
Twice
because
a
that's
year.
that
Twice a
when
year,
you
get an oil
you put it
sample
on
done.
the dyno, right? Is that what you mean? Like, I get it on the dyno and have
No.
them do the eye
no,
test?
No, no,
Whatever.
no. It's an
they,
oil
they,
sample. The next time
yeah,
you have an oil change, they take about 4 ounces of your oil and they send it off to a lab, and the lab will inspect the oil and they'll break the oil down and they'll see how much metal is in it and what other um, chemicals or things are in your oil. And from that, they'll be able to tell you, okay, you've got your pistons are wearing down. It'll tell them a whole lot about what's going on inside your engine,
Oh,
right?
okay.
And it's not expensive. Like, Shannon, it's
oh,
not expensive. Like, we're not talking hundreds of dollars here. For me to get it done up here, it's $35.
Oh, nice.
You got to find
Okay.
somebody that's a wizard at reading those things, because sometimes the labs will flag things that aren't necessarily a big deal. Like they might
No, you're
flag
correct.
some weird thing, and then you have somebody that's looked at thousands of samples and they say, "Oh, this is just an additive package in the oil. It's common with
Yeah.
this brand," or some. It could
Yeah.
be any. So that's an important part of it too. They'll detect parts per million of iron and lead and copper and silica, and it's a
Correct.
thing over time. So you get the first test done, great, it is what it is. But if you look at 3 years worth of tests and you look at the results, and you can kind of see over time what the engine's doing.
Okay.
And that way you can plan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shannon, I got no problem with that. Like every time my truck has to go into Freightliner, like it went in for the tanks, and while
Yeah.
it was in there, I had the guy, and this time they didn't even charge me, but I just did exactly the same as you did. Hey, while you're down there, take a look at this, this, and this for me, would you? Just take a look.
Yeah.
As long as you're down, as long as you're on the creeper board and you're under the truck, take a look at my hanger bearing, take a look at this, take a look at this. And they most of the times, like, they don't charge you for it. Like, they're down there anyway, right? It's only an extra
Right.
couple of minutes out of their time. But if every time your truck goes in for something, if you can get them to do that, oh, I suggest that. That is if you can get anything free like that, and over the lifespan of your truck, think of the thousands of dollars you could
Yeah.
possibly save, right?
Oh yeah.
Of somebody's gonna pick, and somebody's down there for some other reason, and you ask them to look at this, and they pick off something, before it becomes a $10,000 problem. Right now, it's only a $500 problem, right?
Right.
I'd rather pay for a $500 problem before I'm sitting on the side of the road paying for a tow truck.
Yeah, me too. That's why I've made, like, just over the last year that I've had the truck now, I've had so much checked.
That is so smart. I wanted to just bring that up again. I know you've said that, but I wanted to bring that up again for anybody that's in here listening. If if you're new or you're doing this, these are the little things that extend the longevity of your truck, and these are the little things that don't be afraid to ask. If the guy's already down there and he's got his hands on your truck, ask to look at this, ask to look at that, just take a look at this or that. Man, I've saved myself thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars over my career, just asking simple questions while the truck was already in there.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, what's the saying? Ounce of preservation.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and and also, like, because I'm going through this and having it checked, like, I'm reassured that I got a good machine, right?
Yeah.
And this is my first truck, so and then I've also gotten to so many conversations with the mechanics about different parts and things that were being checked and looked at. Like, I've learned a lot, about knowing my truck even more.
There's so much though.
Yeah, there is a lot.
That?
Yeah.
I mean, like 20 years ago, I used to be able to take my Kenworth into my driveway. I could pretty much rip the whole engine apart and put it all back together with, no problem, right? You can take a 60 series, Detroit or a 3406 Cat. They're all mechanical. There's no sensors, there's no computers, there's no nothing. Nowadays, Shannon, I've got a 2020 and I open the hood on my truck and I go, okay, I know that's a turbo. And I'm pretty sure that's the engine itself, but the rest of it, man, I'm like a monkey doing a math problem. I don't know what the hell I'm looking at half of the shit, and I'm trying, even at my age, I'm trying to learn about the newer technology and the new stuff, and my head just swims with it. It does.
I know, it's such a fantastic machine. Like, it really is. They're so, like, in it. Just the way there's so many systems in here that are talking to each other, and it's so fascinating to me to, like,
it is
the truck. I mean, you're right. I'm a steering wheel holder. I barely have to do anything. I just have to drive the thing and listen to it when it talks to me. Like,
yeah.
I mean, you're talking about electronics and everything else, right? I don't have, I'm missing a jumper out of here because it was bad. and the jumper's the part of the communication thing with the whole truck. The truck would only go 4 miles an hour down the road. What the hell's causing that? It was caused by my ELD being plugged in. I unplugged the ELD, truck
Yeah.
ran fine. You know, and
Yeah.
I'm just kind of going, hold on a second. How the hell did that?
Right?
Yeah.
The mechanic that came out and looked at it, you know, I feel like a total ass, you know, I mean, a jackass right now because it was that simple, but it was
Yeah.
all electronics. It was all electronics. And I just went,
Well,
great.
James, if you look back not too far long ago in my videos, like I had been going through this issue like for so long that where my truck would not shift out of first gear. And so I kept having it checked and we kept trying to figure out what it was. And I even had part of my transmission replaced under warranty over the thing. And
Yeah.
only later to find out, listen to this, that the reason that my truck was not shifting into first gear was because 4 weeks previous to that, when my truck was at the Freightliner dealership, when they put my new steer brakes on, they put the spring that hooks the shoes together, right? There's a spring. They put that on backwards. When they did that, the metal was touching the wheel speed sensor. So the wheel speed sensor was reading that metal bar on the spring instead of the disc that moves around that tells the wheel speed sensor that the wheel's moving. So the truck was thinking that this was stationary, so the wheel wasn't moving because it was getting the data that the wheel wasn't moving. It would not shift the transmission out of first gear because it was designed for safety to do that. And it was all because somebody at the dealership put a spring on backwards. Wilburner, how long was I down on that deal?
4 weeks.
Oh my God. Weeks.
4 weeks you lost
That's
revenue
crazy.
over somebody putting on it backwards.
Yeah.
Three shops, okay, downtime, okay, and a transmission replacement that I did not need, okay, like,
Well, that's good that you got a new transmission.
well,
And it
yeah,
was
it was
under the
under
dealer.
warranty. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was under warranty, so thank
But
God.
it wasn't
but
necessary. It's not
wasn't
it's not the warranty and all that kind of shit. It's the downtime and the lost revenue.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
great. You know, it's wonderful to have warranty. Believe me, we all know it's great to have warranty. But you know what? For the revenue that Shannon lost,
Oh my God.
screw the warranty, man. Give me back the
For a
revenue.
backwards, I would be still livid.
Oh, yeah.
I
listen,
would be livid.
I just now recovered from that. Just
Yeah.
now, like,
You
I mean,
had-
this is
Well, no, you never really recover it because you can't go back and make it up. You know,
right,
that's,
but
you know,
but you know, every day
I know what you're talking
truck
about.
payment was getting billed, the insurance was getting billed, like every day. My
Right. All
billed.
your fixed costs was
And-
getting billed.
And while I'm not able to make money, right?
Right,
And so
right.
it just, you know, like,
Well,
oh my gosh.
I mean, these trucks have advanced so fast. I mean, how does the jumper, the communication, the jumper part, derate the engine? I mean,
Right.
because the ELD's plugged in, but when the ELD's not plugged in, because one of the connections, well, a couple of connections were, I don't know, corroded or something. They were off. And so they took out the jumper, and I've been running, you know, almost 2 weeks now without a ELD, but, it's, you know, I mean, I'm just waiting for a part to get I mean, I'm going, my God, it said something was wrong with the transmission. You know, that's
Right.
what the code was saying. And I was just kind of going, no, this doesn't happen with under, you know, it's only got 127,000 miles on it. Transmission ain't a problem. You know, and
right. That's similar to what it's the same kind of thing. Like, it's like, oh my God. And then to find out it was because somebody put a damn brake spring on wrong.
yeah.
Like, are you kidding me?
And the
Like,
thing is that the computers, or the computer part that they plug in, what does that cost? About $4,000, $5,000. At least that's what it used to. But the thing is that he had plugged in and he couldn't figure out what it was wrong until he unplugged it, and then he goes, "Oh, start it up, see what happens," and it started up
yeah.
fine.
So my dart mechanic, who's so great that I've been bragging about this whole time, he found it. Because he had plugged in the computer. I had no warning lights on my dash.
Right,
While this was going on, like, I had no indication of anything
right,
except for the truck would not go. And
yeah,
and thank God for him, because he was going through every single thing, and he told me, come out there. He's like, I found it. And I was like, what is it? He goes, you got to see this. And so he took the wheel off and showed me. He said, you see that right there? And I said, yeah. And he said, and the only reason we caught it, listen to this. The only reason we caught that phenomena is because when he plugged in the computer and we drove in the truck a little bit, it wasn't bringing up any errors or nothing, even the computer. But
right,
he
right.
saw that one number for the right steer tire, when we rolled, it didn't change. And so that led him to be like, okay, why isn't that changing? So when he pulled it back in, he pulled that wheel off and he found that backward spring, and he saw that it was touching the wheel speed sensor. And that's how we detected it. After weeks of transmission replacement and 10 more days down after I was down for
Well,
3 weeks.
in
Listen to her.
10,
She's getting
15 years,
worked. She's getting worked up
yeah.
all over again, man.
in 10, 15 years, you'll still be telling that story.
Oh, I know. She is.
Did
She's
you
gonna
call
be
the
sitting there
lawyer?
going, she'll be sitting there telling her grandkids, going, "Do you know this one time back in 2022, Grandma was sitting there in her Freightliner Cascadia." That's awesome.
Yeah,
Call a
they-
lawyer,
they
Shannon,
won't
and
give
see
a
if you can
crap.
go after that shop.
Yeah, I mean that's that. Well, I would think if they did a transmission replacement or whatever they did under warranty, that Freightliner would be going after them, or I would think that would
My
be.
question is this,
But
ultimately.
you could get them for
That's a
your.
shop in Wisconsin. That's a Freightliner shop in Wisconsin. My question is this: what data did you collect that led you to believe that you needed to replace that piece of transmission? Well, like what?
They
What?
didn't. I guarantee you they didn't.
No.
Oh, they just
I
throw
mean-
parts
There
at
was
her
no
probably.
data.
I don't care.
They were reading a computer, because these guys aren't
Right.
mechanics anymore. They're technicians.
Right,
They were
exactly.
reading a
Yeah.
computer, and the computer was telling them that, oh, well, it's going to be one of probably this. It's either going to be this, or this. And what they do is they just remove and replace, and they start throwing shit. They start throwing repairs at your truck until eventually they fix what needs to be fixed. And that's what they did with you.
And not even know it.
This is the thing.
I
When
would
my
take
dad-
my revenue. I would
my-
take my past revenue and my revenue past that, and say this is how much I lost per week because of this, and then submit it to a lot of different people, because I mean
Good luck with that.
I've done it. I've done it once before, and I got paid the revenue. I
Man,
got a bunch of
so-
different stuff, but I mean I also had to hire an attorney.
But
You know.
yeah, right.
But
oh my God,
it's-
I've already lost so much. I've already lost enough time. I'm just calling whatever.
Well,
But
you
this-
do it all on the phone.
They didn't have data to support it, because then my mechanic who plugged in his computer, they weren't, mind you, we were not getting any errors. We were not getting any warnings. We were not getting, the computer was not detecting anything. So there's my question. If we know now that no computer was throwing up codes, that the truck was not throwing up codes, on what data did you decide that was a necessary job? Right?
Well, you didn't decide it. You didn't decide it. Freightliner decided it, right?
Yes, that's
But
right.
you lost the revenue. You lost the revenue.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
talking about. That's what I'm
Where-
talking about.
I
Right,
think what I'm gonna do, I think what I'm going to do is once this truck starts to nickel and dime me and all of that, I'm just going to go grab IH guy and I'm just going to tie him up in the back of my truck, and he's just going to, because he's a mechanic and he's a Canadian mechanic. So I'm going to kidnap IH guy and just hog tie him in the back bunk of the truck, and that's all. Like I'm not going out in the road without him in the truck with me.
I know.
Well, that
Like,
should have been from day one, though.
Between
Shouldn't that?
Guy and Oser, like, I am so grateful that they like to watch my channel and they come in our lives, because they have really, even it was either him or it was Oser. When I was, remember, because at the beginning I was thinking that it was the clutch. I was having a clutch problem.
Yeah,
right?
you started with the clutch.
Yep, and because it wasn't shifting, and Oser had a deep discussion with me in that live, and gave me, we talked about it though, but having somebody like that's willing to try to like think about my situation and talk about it with us and be in here and do that, like, I love you guys and I'm so grateful for you guys. We lost.
Yeah,
Bill,
but look at Oser though. Oser spent probably as much time in a shop this year as you have.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Right?
But, yeah, but but they've really, they really have they are the two that talk so much, the mechanics, you know what I mean,
Yeah.
mechanically about it. And so I'm really grateful to have them, and all of you guys, of course. I always say that. But man, what a learning experience, a very expensive one, but I learned so much more about my truck than I ever thought I would know now. So
Yeah, but what I mean,
I'm ready to just continue the rest of the year without any more hiccups. This is it. This bunk heater is like, now I'm pretty damn old brand new again. So
no, let's pray, Shannon, that you're good to go. Like let's get a full year. Let's get 365 days out of your truck. Like,
yeah.
Well,
I'll be able to pay it off. I'll be able to pay it off and be done and get my title. Like, you know what I mean? That's all I need. I'm like, Lord, just 12 months, please. Just
I think the universe owes it to you. Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't.
It does.
I don't know. I don't put much stock in the universe. I put stock in cash, but I mean, revenue loss.
Dude, I don't even put stock in cash.
Well, yeah, it's not worth anything.
Cash. You can't put stock in US cash anymore.
Well, what I'm talking about is revenue lost, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I would definitely. You could still be making money now and still be trying to recoup your revenue if you can prove the revenue for the time class, and it's worth it. It's worth it.
I've never been able to do that. I've
done it once on a breakdown where things were covered, and I mean, I was locked down for like a week. I think I can't remember the problem, but I submitted it to everybody. Finally, somebody bit, and I got paid for my revenue lost. I don't know, one of the insurance companies. I think it was
multiple times.
Never. An insurance. I was hitting the parking lot. Yeah, that's what it was. I was hitting the parking lot in Flying J, at the old Flying J out in Las Vegas. Some guy backed into me. I was down, and I made the insurance company pay me because they wanted to, just pay for the repair. And I said, no, I'm losing, a week's worth of time. And so I had to prove how much time.
Let's visit that for 1 minute, right? Okay, so look, if we could do that, if that was like, okay, now
that's an avenue. That's an avenue.
Right. So I had 3 weeks at Evansville Freightliner, right? And then now after that was what, 4 or 5, maybe 6 weeks, right? Over after I left that shop, that spring was put on backwards. Over the next 5 weeks, I'm guessing the amount of time is about that, if not more. But
well, I would pursue it through whatever shop did that. That's what I would be pursuing. Right. I mean, it's a free pursuit. It's a free pursuit.
Right.
a
So I
free
can go
pursuit.
after the first shop, all of the visits to the shops after that, right? But it was because of the first shop, that's
Right.
Evansville.
Right.
And all of that time, all the shops, all the costs, and then to the place in Wisconsin who changed the transmission,
Right.
right?
I would
So
go back to they've
that
got
was enough
insurance.
waiting for that guy to get my slot in so he could do that, right? Like it's a domino. I mean, it's, oh my God.
I understand it. I understand it. That's why I would show the revenue lost, what you spent like for motels or whatever you'd spent, right? And submit it to that
Oh yeah,
place.
I got a week in a hotel.
Right.
That
And
was
then you have all of that and then submit it to them and say, look, bud, this is what I actually lost. I got the paper trail right here of my receipts and everything else. You guys owe me. Okay, and
man.
you owe me big time because
I
3
know.
weeks worth of total revenue. I mean, that's a month worth of revenue. I mean, you're talking 25,000. I don't know, whatever your monthly gross is,
My
but I
God, I
mean,
don't even want to
it could
think
be
about
30,
it, bro. I don't even
35,000.
think about it. I don't even want to think about it. Like it's just.
Well, yeah, but the thing is that from a business standpoint, I mean, they're asking, for your free time, you're when you should have been making money, is what I'm talking about.
You are absolutely right. I just don't know if I have it. I don't.
I
I'm
think
so
you have it in you if that's
about
what
it.
you're worried about, because you can do all this now because you should have all those records because obviously you
I
um
have
keep,
everything. I
keep
have
right,
every.
exactly, you've got everything, and that's to your advantage. You know, some of these other guys wouldn't even keep track of that kind of stuff, right? But your numbers, you should be able to prove this is how much money that I could have made during that time frame, and
My
then submit
God.
it to their insurance company. They're not Freightliner's not your friend. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Freightliner's a business, just like how you are, and you have to treat your lost revenue as somebody's got to pay for it. Somebody
Yeah.
has to pay for it.
Yeah, but
That's my opinion.
Freightliner, more than enough times, Freightliner is going to say to you, "Well, I'm sorry, we're not responsible for this." Even if they are responsible for it, they're
Hold on.
not gonna. They're not gonna.
Let
Hold on.
her
They're not.
hear it though.
Hold,
Let her hear that. Not everybody who has past experiences, because yes, you're probably right. That may be the outcome. But the thing is if it's not the outcome, it's only can be beneficial to her, to her
no,
business, not to her, but to her business.
I
That's what
agree,
I'm talking.
but I'm just talking from past experience of
Oh,
myself,
I understand. I got
where I have gone after. I went after Volvo for a big chunk of money that they
right,
screwed
right,
up on, and I went after Kenworth for blah blah blah, and
right,
at the end of the day, the dealerships, like you said yourself, they're not your friend, and
right,
it doesn't matter what kind of rapport. When you're talking about tens of thousands of dollars, let's say,
right,
they know that they're gonna go, sorry, Brian, you're screwed here. Like, we're not taking responsibility for this. And they know that you've got one of two options. You're going to walk away or you're going to lawyer up. Well, I'm going to tell you,
right.
and they know for a fact that it's going to cost you more in legal fees than you're ever going to get out of them. And they know that. So 9 out of 10 people, myself included,
Well,
we bit the bullet and you walk away. And they know
well,
that. They know that.
now, if you're willing to bite the bullet and walk away, I think that's your choice. But from a business standpoint, I mean, an attorney, I mean,
Right. It would
I
be the
thought,
right thing to do. I get it. Like that. It's rightfully, yes, they owe me. Rightfully, like, yes, I get that. But am I going to stop what I'm doing to deal with that shit? I have been stopped long enough. It is
cell
fast
phones
for me
were
just to
great.
recover,
Cell
and I'm
phones were great.
get my money.
Cell phones,
Time and the
computers.
stress.
Yeah.
Well, I
Bill,
stress.
what are you doing? Bill,
Oh,
look at Bill.
Not just that. Not just that. That any lawyer, even if you decide to lawyer up, you think that lawyer's going to do it pro bono? He's going to want $5,000 up front. Where does Shannon come up with that? She's not pulling that out of her butt.
well,
You know?
I've fought in another case, okay, for the last 10 years, right? I mean, I've been through 5 attorneys. But the thing is that it ended up being well worth it. Okay. I mean, just call me pig-headed, you know. I don't give up. It's just like, well,
It's because it's a
brokers.
principle.
Well, yeah,
I
it's absolutely, but it's business. If you're in business, then you have to be willing to be a business.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
And not,
hold on a second here. Hold on. Even in business, you have to know when you are to cut your losses,
but
because
she hasn't,
you do not chase bad money. You don't chase bad money with good money, and you don't chase good money with bad money. At some
well,
point
she
or
hasn't
another,
even
you
tried it
have
yet. She
business
hasn't even tried.
business or not. It but
She hasn't tried.
common sense in this case dictates that Shannon is actually not. She knows she's not going to get. Shannon, you can sit there and you can try all you want and get all your receipts and get all your stuff and present it and everything. But for the amount of time that you're going to have to take off work, the money you're going to have to put out for any kind of legal fees, all of that kind of stuff, you'll never see that. You'll never see a return on that. And even if you're doing it based on principle, I don't have that kind of money to throw away just on principle. I have to make a living.
Well, oh yeah, I understand that. I got that. But most attorneys, especially like former prosecutors, right? At least in the state I'm in, right? $1,500, they'll get you started. Okay, and that $1,500 will cover up
There's no way
$1,500.
not where I live. It's not happening.
Yeah,
Like,
Well,
and
okay,
about 5
at,
and just
at the
then do it pro se.
4 weeks ago, if it took a nickel to get around the world, Shannon couldn't get out of sight. Where the hell is she going to come up with
Well,
$1,500?
I'm sorry, but you know, it's just like, okay, I could give you another example. Brokers, right? Broker owed me a substantial amount of money, right? I didn't have, I needed that money that he owed me, like 27,000 or something like that. And I filed against him. I got pennies on the dollar, but at least I got something out of the deal. Okay, and I did that I did it pro se. Okay, it wasn't the whole 27,000. Well, now you can't because you just filed Chapter 7. But at least I did it before you filed Chapter 7. But the thing is that it's something versus nothing. It's not letting the big guy walk all over us, or and that's how I feel about it. Principle.
Yeah.
No, I
No,
think it has to do with business.
that's how you handled it, and you made out with it. I am not. I don't feel that my business is in position to take on that kind of fight right now. That's I'm not. I'm just not.
Exactly.
Like,
Well,
I don't care if it was $800. I'm not in position to spend $800 or lose a day chasing paperwork that I have to come up with all the shit that he needs to get started.
Well, all your paperwork should be on your computer. I mean, I love computers. Don't get I love them. But that's how much time it would take. It's I mean,
It comes down to pick your battles. At the end of the day, it comes down to pick your battles, man. You're not going to win them all. Pick the battles that you at least got to pick the battles. At least you have a chance of winning.
Well, okay, I understand that, but $30,000. I figure, $10,000 a week. Okay, that's what I mean. $10,000 a week, 3 weeks. That's $30,000. I'll invest something. I would invest a little bit into that just to throw a scare at them at least, and then threaten them, say, with an attorney, and then say, well, I probably won't. And believe you me, you throw an attorney at them and do it pro se. Judges will help you through a pro se hearing. So I mean, that's what the court system's for. You know, it's just
Yeah,
stop
I don't.
getting walked on.
I feel like I can just move on.
Well,
And
if you can absorb a 30,000 loss that you're not going to be able to report anyway, more power to you. I'm saying, if it was me, I would. I mean, I'm the type of personality that you do me wrong, I'm going to get you back, or at least try my best to get you back. And
well,
in the two
what goes around comes around. So that
Freightliner,
that
they're
will come back and bite them in the ass in one way or another. So
That's a good point. That's a good point. Karma's
yeah.
a bitch, man. You gotta
If
watch her.
If you were dealing with a small corporation, I would agree with that. I agree with that. A small guy working out of, a rented shop or something like that, I would agree with that. But a major corporation, I mean, like Freightliner, I would sink my teeth into them and not let go until I found out that there's no way that they're gonna pay me.
yeah, that's you, and I don't have it in me right now. Like I am on a whole nother thing going on. I'm trying to move
Well,
forward.
I understand that, but I mean, to absorb a $30,000 loss, that's got to be stressful. That just in itself.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't care for what it cost, what the problem was. I mean, just the financial loss to your company. I mean, that would look, even if you got say $6,000, pennies on the dollar, that's going to look your year end, profit loss statement. That's going to be a positive and not a negative on your profit loss statement. I just, I mean, if you're going to be in this business, yes, you have to know when to fight, but at 3 weeks, that's to me would be a fight. 2 days, 3 days, I'm not really concerned about,
right.
but 3 weeks, damn straight, I'd be hot. And that's why I would be hot. It was the lost revenue. And I know that you can get it back. It's just what you're willing. It might take you a year or two, believe it or not.
I don't have it in me. I'm not. I don't give it.
Well,
I
okay.
gotta
Okay.
keep going to make money, and I'm just gonna move on from it and lesson learned. That's how I feel about it. I'm not willing to have that fight. I'm not
Okay.
I will bring it up to them and talk to them next time I have to go in there for service.
What?
But
That's not going to bother me.
I mean, no, but I mean, I'm not about to start dealing with a lawyer and going to court and all that other shit. Like this, I've already went through the pain and suffering more than what I wanted to. And I'm not willing to start opening that can of worms to do something else like that.
No.
Like I'm just not.
Shannon, you just got your feet back underneath you. You know what? Keep the wheels going.
Yeah, there's no time limit on this either. You don't have to do it today. Maybe 2-3 months down the road, you're in a better situation.
Yeah,
because there's records.
I'm just gonna keep going. I just want to go get my money. Like I don't want to give it any more time than it's already taken too much time out of my life. Like,
All right. Well,
no, but I appreciate it. I love you for looking out for me, James. I appreciate you.
Well, it's not you personally. It's the whole trucking industry that the big guy walks all over the smaller guy. Okay, and and that's no matter what. Well, yes, it does. But if you can fight them back in the small way, is how I feel. Hey, I'm gonna bite you back. That's just my personality. I really hated that, like Celadon, right? They did a load. I did a load for them a couple of years ago. All of a sudden, they went bankrupt, right? Well, what are you gonna do? Let it just walk away? Well, to me, that's $2,000 that I didn't make. Plus, it's all the fuel that I used, plus my time. So I went after the bankruptcy court too. I mean, we got pennies on the dollar, but at least it got something. I mean, I'm not above fighting for what I've done, what I've earned. I'm not above that. You know,
Yeah,
if
no,
if I didn't earn it, I wouldn't fight them. But if
yeah,
I did the job, you know, that's the
yeah,
only recourse that you have.
yeah. And I understand that, and I commend you for that. I
You
don't
know,
have it in me right now. I don't
yeah,
like this.
because
To me, this is small potatoes. I need to go make my potatoes. Like I got a
well,
business.
I $30,000. If you get 6 out of it, I don't know.
It's not worth it to me. It really isn't. I gotta
You
go.
know,
I gotta go. I gotta go to work. I gotta go get my money. Like that's where my head's at.
everybody does. That's
I
why
just
we're in business.
let it be, and
Yeah.
I learned a lot and from it, and I saw what I was made of, even on another level out of it, and I just need to move on and keep pushing, you know.
Well,
And I survived it.
okay.
You know, even if it was like, if you told me like, oh, you'll get $6,000 back if you go fight
No,
this, I'm like, screw that. I don't even.
I'm saying pennies on the dollar. You know, I don't know what you'd get. I really don't. I
Yeah,
mean,
but
I have no
I'm
clue.
just using it as an example. Like,
But
I don't. I would just, even if it was that much, if it was $10,000, I'd still be like, I don't care. I'll go. I need to go make that $10,000. Like it, let it go. That's the way I think about it. It's not worth it. It's not worth having to deal with all of that stuff and ride something out for longer. Like I've already spent too much time on it. I got to be done, sweep it under the rug, and keep going. You know, and that's just me.
I mean, if that works for you, okay, if that works for you,
That
that's
works
great.
for me. That works for
But
me.
Shannon, if you were a fleet owner, Shannon, if you had say 7 or 8 or 10 trucks and you had that kind of revenue stream going, and then you could take the time to devote to something like that, then yeah. But for people like you and me, and I don't
even
have
me,
the time. I don't have the time or the energy to get you know, if it's $30,000 and I'm going to get pennies on the dollar, so let's just say I'm going to get $5,000 or $6,000 back, but it's going to take me 6 months, a year, 2 years. Forget it. You know what? I'll write it off. I will write off the loss and just carry on. I'll learn my lesson. I try not to make the same mistake,
Yeah,
but
it's a
yeah,
people. No, I'm not saying
then
that.
you're going to do that same thing. Say with a broker, if you're just going to write off a broker. I mean, you're basically telling a broker,
no, but
or
if you walk around like with that attitude, you're gonna be fighting with everybody.
oh, it doesn't bother me.
Well, I
Farmer,
don't have, I got a life to live. I got a business to run. I got a wife and family. I want to enjoy myself. I'm not running around the countryside getting into a pissing
well,
match with every single person that's crossed me.
no, well, no. If I don't care about a 2 or 3 day thing. You know, I don't. But the thing is that if you're talking 3 weeks worth of revenue loss, you know, you can't make that up. Okay, you can't make it up. There's no way
All
in this
right.
industry that you'd make that up.
Here's what we do, Shannon. You ride with me down to Evansville, and you point that guy out. And I got a frozen stick of butter and a clove of garlic for that old boy.
That's what I'm talking about,
Hello?
Bill. That's what I'm talking about. We get her
I'm
done.
just
We
kidding.
just get
What,
out with it.
what's that comment that Nevada just put up there? Wheelburn. I'm not sure. First of all, spell my name right there, Kyle. Wheel burners learning the real ways of trucking. Really? Am I now? Jedi spending time with all his favorite YouTubers. Nice. Nice, Kyle. Nice.
Dodie said good
I
night.
got another.
She popped out, and Robin's in here saying cussing again, and he says, "What I miss." You're gonna have to watch the replay, Robin. And Chicken Hawk joined us back. I'm so happy, Chicken Hawk, that you're back in the house. He says, "Yeah, make love, not war." He knows me.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Shannon, I'm gonna
it's
go
like,
eat. I gotta
Yeah,
go eat my dinner though. Okay, I gotta say
all
goodnight.
right.
I gotta eat my dinner. I've had a long day.
I really want to cook
good
that
night.
great steak that I told you guys about earlier,
Oh,
and I'm hungry. And I love you so much for all of you for coming in. Jerome, Bill, Wheelburner, James, and Dodie, and who else was in here? fistful of dollars. So I love you guys. I thank you so much for all of your teachings and your support and everything, and for celebrating my little anniversary. Tonight.
Oh, thanks for
Okay.
having me.
Well,
Yeah.
congratulations again, Shannon. Congratulations. It looks good on you. Good for you.
Thank you. And so here is, let me raise my spring water to a great year moving forward. Okay, let's do that.
Cheers to you.
Yeah, thank you. We're gonna do better in the next 12
Cheers.
months. Okay.
Right on. Right on.
All right, you guys. I'll talk
All
to
right.
you all later. Catch you around. And
Later on.
I appreciate you all. And we're gonna
Bye-bye,
end it right
Shannon.
here.
Bye.
Bye bye.
All right, good night, everyone.
Good night. Take care.